en la toma de decisiones relativas a diferentes sectores, incluido salud, educación, protección. En este caso,
protection. In this case, from the WFP, it is important to have this accuracy in the data to be able to support governments in this region in the estimation of populations that are in context of food and nutrition insecurity, both those populations that are in transit or those that are migrating in order to stay. Now, mixed migratory movements receive a key benefit from this. The region is in general receiving this impact, is facing a very complex human mobility crisis influenced by different factors such as insecurity, violence, poverty, inequality, and violation of human rights. And just quoting for what has happened this year in this human mobility crisis, we have counted close to 300,000, the arrival of 300,000 people through Darien. We have our colleagues from the Panamanian government that can provide us with more information. But only in August, close to 80,000 people have crossed Darien, and the Panamanian authorities are estimating that this number will end up being 400,000 refugees and migrants crossing the Darien. So from the World Food Program, together with United Nations organizations, we have established an alliance among agencies in order to collect data at border posts on a quarterly basis from Colombia up to Mexico, including Honduras, Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala. This data collection is done in order to understand the reasons for migration and also understanding the need for protection and for food and nutrition security of those migrants in transit. And we believe that information may be key for the governments in the region. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Y ahí...
Thank you. Panama, you raise your hand, I guess. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd like to thank Honduras for their presentation. I think, of course, migration is a very complex topic that we are experiencing in the Americas. And in the case of Panama, of course, because of Darien, which is not it is open already. And figures we have is that, in fact, for this year, 2023, we are expecting a migration of more than 600,000 people. That gives you an idea, the fact that much of this migration has as an ultimate goal the United States of America. However, that journey, of course, we know that entails a number of violations of all kinds of rights. And we know that coming from ECLAC and connecting with our own offices in order to, in terms of having a clear directive on migration statistics is key, but more important than that is to work in our local statistics offices in coordination with our migration systems to be able to have clear statistics, especially administrative records that we're talking about here. But if you have that level of coordination, we may have clear evidence of the quantities we're talking about in terms of migration in our countries, and being able to develop adequate public policies because of the impact that this is having on countries in Central America, Mexico, and the US. This is a very complex topic, and I'd like to congratulate this group and ECLAC so we can keep on working on these directives, which are major challenges for all our countries. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Panamá. No.
Thank you, Panama. Anybody else would like to? I cannot see. Yes, over there. Yes, good morning. Thank you. I would also like to congratulate that group that I believe is key. I'd like to mention the importance of articulating displacement measurement with climate change aspects and displaced people who have been displaced because of disasters. There was a group set up at the end of 2017, led by Peru and Paraguay, focused on reducing disaster risk reduction. We'd like to offer our support from the United Nations Office to the reduction of disaster risk to this group led by Colombia, because we need to make sure that we're considering aspects related to those who have been displaced by disasters among the countries, but also within the countries, and also people who have been displaced by climate change and also because of disaster situations. In that sense, there are different initiatives, including a prototype that has been developed together with UNDR, the World Meteorological Organization, and UNDP, that is intended to assess disaster-related losses that considers the context of displaced people. Thank you. Thank you. Let me introduce myself. Laura Bermudez. I represent the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Refugees. I work here in the Chile operation. We'd like to go back to Horacio's remarks in Honduras to highlight the importance of including people who have been forced to flee and people who are stateless. And of course, would like to highlight that this need not only is born from us, international organizations, to be able to identify the protection gaps that are key, of course, in order to make progress in the correct planning and prioritization of our activities that are supplementary to your efforts as states, but the fact that statistical evidence, allows states to develop public policies focused on needs and profiles. So this is I'd like to thank you, of course, the fact that we have been appointed as a technical secretariat of the working group and to invite the other states to join us in this effort of including refugees, migrants, and also in the context of mixed and human mobility in which we're in, and to make this part of their national statistics. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. If maybe I cannot see it over there at the back, please help me. All right. So I'd like to thank you, Honduras, for your presentation of this very interesting and sensitive topic. Personally, I have several questions because the region has many peculiarities, and it is not the same to talk about Central America compared to South America. And I believe it is quite interesting to see, and these are the discussing the types of measurements we need to do, or what will be the stages of that measurement. Without further ado, then, I'd like to offer the floor to the next group, Diagnostic on the Measurement of Contractors and Informal Employment. This is from Chile. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to greet everyone. I have the pleasure of introducing the project that has been sponsored by several countries that are present here today. So I'd like to thank you for this sponsorship as well, and also representing the coordination group, then in the Institute of Mexico is part of this coordination, and also the technical assistance of the statistics unit of ECLAC, and also the South Cone office of the international, the ILO, that also provides us with support in terms of technical assistance to this project.
Just a few comments on the background of the project. At an international level, 2023 marks the end of a review process of extensive process of the work the ILO has done in the last decade of the main resolutions or recommendations on labor statistics. We're mainly referring to the last two conferences that have taken place and the upcoming one in a couple of weeks. The 19th ICLS approved the resolution concerning statistics on work, employment, and labor underutilization. And the 20th ICLS 2018 approved the resolution concerning statistics on work relationships. This year, we will be approving the resolution concerning statistics on the informal economy that is to be approved next October. So each of these resolutions are accumulative. So they simply adjust to the measurement instruments. And in the end, they add the three conceptual frameworks. These have been the main focus of discussion in the last decade, and they represent the main challenges for statistical harmonization at the regional level. There are different degrees of advances, and most countries have already implemented the 9th CIT and have carried out statistical tools to measure their impact. Some have full indicators on informality, and that puts us in a position that is positive as a regional level, and it has to do with the role that Latin America has on the conceptual and methodological work that is being done. We've been pioneers, historic pioneers in measuring these indicators and phenomena, and of course it impacts our countries in a very positive way and our labor markets. Regarding the resolution on work relationships, we have to say that no country has approved data on the CISO 18. There have been tests. Some countries have carried out tests and measurements through pilot programs. It's important to mention the pilot programs of Mexico, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, Chile, in regards to the measurement of these new classifiers. So the working group, which is also a working group formed in 2012, this is also important to mention because we've had 6 biennials of work. In each biennial, we have set goals and challenges, and therefore these simply support the need to support this new project, and we wish to promote the adequate measurement and analysis of work statistics, international standards, allowing us to advance in the statistical harmonization, and of course undertaking 3 challenges. 1, to advance in the adoption process of the latest recommendations on statistics, but more specifically in what regards to the identification of a new category called freelancers. We want to continue working on the different algorithms of our questionnaire to capture this new category. In the second place, we wanted to study the impact of future recommendations that are being published today in a structural manner on future recommendations of the statistics of the informal economy, on labor informality indicators published by the countries that will have an impact on our indicators. So for us, it is a challenge that goes beyond the conceptual measurements, and we wish to move forward in measuring the actual impact, how it impacts the publications that we normally make. And the third goal would be to exchange good practices of countries in the measurement of labor migration statistics, such as telework, remote work, and it's important to study this. One of them is labor migration, as I said, telework and distance working, and digital platforms. There's been different advances, and there's some countries that have measurements in these different areas, and they have methodological advances. So we'd like to learn and share from those that have moved forward so that we can all take advantage of the best practices and include them in their measurement tools. In terms of the objectives, we wish to document the advances and the impact at a regional level of the informal economy, and we have different objectives, such as I said, documenting the advances and also carrying out virtual workshops, taking advantage of the circumstances of the pandemic. And we've taken advantage of these virtual workshops, thinking of the biennium. We also want to look at the cross-cutting nature of gender tools and identifying the impact it has on the working relationships and the statistical gaps there are between men and women in the labor market. And all this is going to be put at your disposal at the end. This is pretty much what I had been mentioning. It allows us to continue advancing, and it's a good vehicle for the specialists to continue holding conversations with other groups. And it has to do with the statistical impacts that these conversations will have on measurements, planning, affecting all projects. And the role of Latin America was most of the conversation on informality these 4 years. The resolution that will be presented in the conference in 2 more weeks is the result of the work in many countries in the region, part of the experts group in the ILO, and they have contributed with practical information to formulate statistics that we are carrying out today. Here's an activities plan. We're going to make 2 regional consultations, 1 per year, and we will present the results of these consultations in 2 workshops at the end of the period in November 2024 and July-August 2025. And the 4th activity will be the virtual workshops. We're going to begin with labor migration, telework, remote work, and we will be waiting for 2025 to have a statistics workshop on digital platforms. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and we hope to have your support. We'd also like to invite you to ratify your participation. For countries who haven't been with us in previous years, we'd like to invite you to be part of this initiative. Thank you. Thank you very much. Would like to open the floor for questions or comments from the countries. I don't see any. Let's go with the organizations. Yes, ILO. You have the floor. Yes, thank you. Clearly, what our colleague from Chile mentioned as a process, we at the ILO, especially with my colleague Marcela Cabezas, have continued accompanying this and participating in the working group on labor statistics on one hand, and with a stress on the generation of indicator measurement for all those provisions that will be discussed in the framework of the CIET that will take place in October. And it's part of a discussion that has been held around measuring informality. And it's what we've seen in the last two statistics conferences. So in this sense, we would just like to express our disposition to continue to support these initiatives that will take place in the countries, and I'd like to invite countries to participate, but also to continue with the conversations, with the discussion process, because this is the pinnacle of what is being done. And we will then move on to the redefinition of dependence and informality. Consequently, it will bring us to all future challenges, because when this new conceptual framework is defined, it will force us to, or bring us to update other standards. So dependence and informality are priorities, and we would like to invite you to continue working together. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else that I'm not seeing? No? No. Okay. So thank you very much for your presentation, Chile. An extremely interesting topic in this changing world. We're going to continue with the next group, which is on strengthening the environmental statistics, which will be presented by the ECLAC from Costa Rica. Good morning, all. If the name of this group is Recommendations to Strengthen Environmental Statistics Integrated in the National Statistics of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Tal vez mientras se pone la presentación, decir.
While they upload the presentation, I'd like to mention that Costa Rica is presenting this as a working group and is accompanied by the Environmental Statistics Unit of ECLAC and PNUMA.
Aquí tenemos algunos antecedentes sobre este tema.
Here's some background on environmental statistics. A lot of this was mentioned during the first day of the SCA meeting, and the challenges in environmental statistics were mentioned. We continue to need environmental statistics in many different topics where there are voids, and the statistics generated should be reliable, they should be quality and accurate statistics, and that is pretty much what was presented by Georgina on the first day. We still have many challenges, and it continues to be a pillar, an important pillar for the 2030 agenda, and to strengthen and continue to generate certain indicators and to monitor this agenda. We've also seen the need for interinstitutional work by government, or excuse me, by environmental entities and by national statistics offices in each country. This is a significant challenge. There has been some progress, but we believe it is a job where we still need to further articulate between the generation, well, the organizations and the generation of these official statistics. So strengthening these coordination mechanisms, not only to generate statistics, but also for the analysis and publication of environmental information. there are still areas where we have information that has been generated, but we are not necessarily taking advantage of the information, perhaps because of lack of dissemination or adequate public policies, which would be necessary to further take advantage of these environmental statistics. Of course, gender perspective is not an exception. It is a topic that presents another challenge and should be part of our work. The objective of this working group is to strengthen the official environmental statistics systems, integrating them into national statistical systems of the Latin American and Caribbean countries. This should generate a document with recommendations for the strengthening generation of these statistics. And it has, as has been mentioned earlier, the articulation and the generation of these statistics, environmental statistics, is important. It's all part of the work that has to be done so these statistics be quality statistics. In this sense, we have three specific objectives. The first one is to review and analyze the results of the diagnosis of the situation and governance of environmental statistics, which will be carried out by the Statistics Division of ECLAC. It is a basic and important input for the work that has been carried out by ECLAC's Statistics Division and will be a starting point for this group's work. Second, to identify experiences on good statistical practices in the countries to strengthen environmental statistics. And here, we all know that environmental statistics are difficult, they're dynamic, they're diverse, and perhaps we're trying to understand one thing and then another comes along that we need to work on. So the experiences of the different instances involved in producing environmental statistics is extremely important. We need to identify them correctly. Also, to identify these opportunities for collaboration between the different entities and countries that have advanced and worked from the very first day of the SCA's formation, so that the countries could produce these environmental statistics and statistical information. So we believe it is a fundamental opportunity. We need to take advantage of these opportunities for collaboration between the countries. As a result, we expect to obtain an exchange of experiences and capacities amongst the countries to improve the generation of statistics, indicators, and environmental accounts
integrados a los sistemas
to allow the strengthening of the official systems of environmental statistics to prosper. There's the program of work of 2023. We're going to consolidate the task force. I'd like to invite all countries to form part of this initiative. And for 2024, these activities will be to accompany ECLAC in the review and analysis process of the diagnosis on the situation and governance of environmental statistics. And it is a basic input to identify and carry out these, or obtain this profile of the different countries.
24 es recopilar y sistematizar la información de experiencias sobre buenas prácticas.
And the statistical practices of the countries for strengthening environmental statistics, and of course to compile and to systematize opportunities for collaboration to strengthen the statistical capacities, to know the successful and not so successful opportunities and carry out more statistical information.
Las oportunidades.
We also need to establish cooperation capabilities in order to generate environmental statistics. After that, in 2024, the idea is also to hold some workshops and meetings in order to share these experiences that have been identified, or possible collaborations that have been identified within the process, in order to consolidate them and share them with the different countries. And then for 2025, we have produced a document where we would systematize these good experiences and these collaborations in order to strengthen the production of environmental statistics. And we will share this document through a consensus and via permanent communication with the other countries in meetings and workshops. So that will probably be held via internet, so that we can benefit from this mechanism that emerged after the pandemic and that has enabled us to continue to strengthen and share experiences between countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now like to offer the floor to countries. I can't see that anybody has asked for the floor, so let's move to entities. There's one there. Good morning. Thank you, Chair. As from the Environmental Commission for the Environment, I thank Costa Rica for the work done in this working group, which is very important for us. And I would like to reiterate our gratitude for inviting us to this event, to this meeting of statistics entities, and with whom we work sometimes under very interesting formulas, and very frequently in order to increase the capability of countries in statistical terms. During the first day, during the opening session, what was mentioned was the strengthening of statistical capabilities, and during these days, the importance of incorporating the environmental perspective has come up over and over again. And we have a natural counterpart in ministries of the environment, just like ECLAC has a counterpart. Its counterpart is the statistical institutes, and often you will hear us talking about coordination between these international entities, and we have to thank our ECLAC colleagues here, because sometimes within the UN system it's difficult for us to coordinate our agendas that are very full of activities. Costa Rica, I think, is a very valid example of how countries are able to articulate and work in close coordination with the Statistics Institute, INEC, and the Ministry of the Environment. As an anecdote, I would like to say that in some meetings it was difficult for us to determine who belonged to each entity, because when we mentioned environmental statistics, both entities were participating at the same level. But in other countries in the region, countries that have greater statistical capabilities are the ones that have been able to articulate their environmental authorities with statistical activities, and therefore we believe that the creation of this group is very timely. We thank Costa Rica for its support and the ECLAC team for working on this proposal, which will generate the possibility for both agencies to work in a much more coordinated fashion. We have a lot of work during this biennium, and we would like to continue to work along these lines, and we would like to encourage and request statistical institutes to work a little bit more with ministries of the environment, so that in their normal statistical operations, such as censuses, permanent household surveys, economic surveys, agricultural surveys, mining surveys, that they may open up their questionnaires to the opinion of environmental authorities, because that enables us to include questions without making the questionnaire much longer. And as occurred with in Peru with SNEC number 5, the socioeconomic census, to highlight or to obtain data that, as a result of the power that they have and the territorial coverage of surveys undertaken by NSOs, to highlight information which otherwise would be very difficult to obtain. I would like to go back to countries because I moved very quickly, or you were very slow. So first of all, we'll offer the floor to Brazil, Dominican Republic, and then Chile.
The importance of this group. In Brazil, as may happen in Latin America and the Caribbean, in many countries, we do have different institutions calculating and producing environmental statistics, but we are not really a system for the moment. What IBG is doing right now, because we are the coordinator of the statistical system, is conducting an assessment and producing a guide to all the institutions that are working with this kind of statistics, the environmental statistics, in order that we can have more unity to produce the statistics. So to have recommendations, if you have recommendations in order that all the region can go together in the same way for establish a system of environmental statistics is really good. So we would like to contribute with the group and also to support the creation of the group. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, República Dominicana.
Sí, muchísimas gracias.
Dominican Republic, thank you, Chair. We would also like to thank the initiative by Costa Rica for the creation of this working group. As mentioned yesterday during one of the parallel events around the issue of how, of the work that has to be conducted with regards to environmental statistics, where we still find many challenges in terms of their production by our countries, and therefore coordination plays a very important role. I would like to suggest, I don't know if it's too much to ask, Floribel, and as from now you can count on our participation, that perhaps over the 2 years we're able to generate activities that enable us to view certain recommendations and not wait until the last moment after 2 years in order to obtain those recommendations, because as mentioned by our colleague from the Environmental Agency of the United Nations, when we approach ministries of the environment, or when it comes to disasters or to entities that deal with these issues, we are always very keen to obtain some type of feedback to know what other countries are doing. And therefore, the use of our network for the transmission of knowledge via a webinar or something that we can organize, I believe could indeed be very welcome, at least in the case of the Dominican Republic, in order to determine which countries could analyze these initiatives. I remember that during when I first participated in a meeting of the Executive Committee of the SCA, a very interesting initiative was presented by Costa Rica for the issue of water and how they had coordinated all these actions. And for us, that was a model worthy of being followed. And we have made a lot of progress around that issue, but we have other aspects where we still require enormous coordination and that work at the level of environmental statistics. Thank you. Thank you. Chile. Thank you, Chair, and I would like to greet everyone today. Environmental statistics that are continuous and accurate is a priority in order to monitor the effects of climate change experienced by our economies, and this within a larger framework by the whole world economy. Sustainable Development Goals acknowledge the importance of generating environmental statistics in order to develop an agenda based on sustainability, and this is especially important when it comes to its environmental dimension. In that sense, what is very relevant is to generate a system to produce statistics which guarantee indicators about mitigation and adaptation to climate change, and thus contribute towards the monitoring of this agenda. We also believe that it is vital to have statistics linked to this process and a priority area, and this is a priority area for the work of national statistics offices, and this should be an increasing process in the sense that the impact of climate change will increasingly impact the development of the well-being of our lives, and therefore we congratulate Costa Rica for putting forward the idea of this group, and we would be very glad to participate because Costa Rica indeed has made important progress in the generation of environmental accounts, which is a challenge that, at least in our country, is something that we're beginning to deal with. There is coordinated work underway with the Ministry of the Environment and the Central Bank in order to coordinate and generate these statistics, and therefore we believe that this is of vital importance, and we would gladly like to form part of this working group that hopefully will be in operation during the next biennium. Okay, there are no more countries that have asked for the floor. Let's go over there then. Thank you. In this sense, I would like to remind the dialogue that we held during the first day, linking the environment, climate change, and disasters. And in that sense, countries have been measuring both the adaptation and impact of disasters. But what this entire framework seeks, that was mentioned by Peru, is not only to measure the impact of disasters just for the sake of it, but rather to strengthen our capabilities as countries for the management and reduction of the risk of disasters. And therefore, we need to continue to discuss this. And having that in mind, we would like to reiterate our support for this working group in that sense, with the idea that we rescue that fundamental idea in the sense that the reduction of the risk of disasters is a strategy in order to face up to the ever-changing reality that we're experiencing today in that sense. And I don't know whether this is directly linked to that group or not, but I would also like to mention that in COP27, the UN General Secretary launched an initiative that by the end of 2027, all people in the world may have a coverage of early warning systems. And the challenge that lies ahead for us is that this is not only people covered by early warning systems, but rather early warning systems dealing with multi-threats. This is linked to the displacement working group, but also within the context of this working group, we would like to offer our support in that sense. Thank you. I don't know if there's anyone back there that wishes to speak. Okay. Thank you very much. I would just like to make a comment about what the environmental organization of the United Nations said in terms of summoning ministries of the environment to participate in these surveys. But a request that I would also like to make is that you help so that ministries of the environment collect this information in a regular basis with the methodological parameters that we establish, because one thing is a survey or a census, which is an opportunity that we have to collect information, but a different thing is to have environmental accounts, to maintain environmental accounts. And there we request ministries of the environment and specialists to conduct these measurements, because it is not statistical offices that have that specialization. So there has to be a synergy, an important synergy in place there, and ministries of the environment must begin to play a much stronger role in terms of measuring. And this has an impact upon the budgets that they have to devote to this. Otherwise, we will have very nice surveys with specific comments, and we will not be able to produce the accounts. So thank you very much. Now, I can't see anyone else, so I'd like to move on to the next group, which is diagnosis on the frameworks of the analysis of area frames in agricultural surveys. A report that will be delivered by Brazil. Thank you, Chair. Dear participants, good morning. It's a great pleasure to greet you all, and I would like to present to you the proposal of the working group on agricultural surveys within the framework of ECLAC. In this work on agricultural surveys in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this was done together with Chile. It was held in Chile in March 2023. Brazil and Ecuador became coordinators of this group, comprised of Chile, Argentina, Costa Rica, Colombia, Ecuador, El Salvador, Jamaica, Mexico, and Peru. Agricultural surveys are the gold standard that enable us to obtain reliable and updated information on the agricultural sector in a country. In essence, the information resulting from these surveys enables us to contribute to public policies related to food security and the sustainability of the agricultural sector, because it provides information about different products, livestock, milk, and so on. In addition to the economic dimension, they should cover the social and environmental dimensions according to international recommendations of the initiative known as the Global Strategy for the Improvement of Agricultural Statistics of the World Bank. However, for us, it is important for us statistics producers in the region to establish these national surveys, agricultural surveys. However, we acknowledge using area frames in order to guarantee the efficiency and coverage of the sample, and where there is a regional guideline for the goods involved in the coding and collection of agricultural data using those multiple frameworks, in those multiple frames. In this sense, we need an updated frame in order to guarantee the quality of the results. Most countries in the region use a method called BUTEP frame, where we have a list component, which is a list of agricultural productive units that are of strategic importance, and they represent an important percentage of national production, and their presence in the sample must be guaranteed and controlled, and an area frame, which is a geographic area stratified per intensity of agriculture, and that includes small areas, and this area frame must refer to this population and to its agricultural producers, and therefore the component of the area frame is especially important for public policies, given the fact that small producers represent an important percentage of national production in some countries, and phenomena such as food insecurity have a tremendous impact on the well-being of the population. Between 2014 and 2018, we had a working group within that pointed towards a need to use satellite frameworks and area frameworks for statistical production, and now we need to advance in that direction. At present, there is no standard, no guideline for countries to advance in that with that study, and therefore we need to prepare a diagnosis of the state of the area frames in the region, and this will enable us to produce of a roadmap for countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, so that they may develop and improve their area frames. Faced with this challenge, countries have requested during their session of this group the creation of this working group, so that we may know more about the needs that we have to use the area frames that we need in our surveys. Other dimensions, in addition to the economic dimension, must be included in our statistics to respond to the increasing demand for social and environmental statistics related to agricultural productions, such as is the case of SDGs. So the development and the incentive of multiple frames is an objective that has to be achieved in the region, and therefore via a diagnosis is necessary in order to get to know the situation of this in agricultural surveys in Latin America and the Caribbean, and propose a pathway for a roadmap for countries. In terms of programs, the program of work, the technical secretariat should lie with the FAO, and this involves face-to-face and internet-based meetings in order to review literature, and we thank FAO Chile for taking on board that role and the support of countries in the region in order to improve agricultural surveys. And finally, we believe that the implementation of this working group is strategic in order to support countries in the development of their national agricultural surveys and strengthening entities that produce agricultural surveys.
Here we have simple activities, which are basically the meetings, 2023 review of literature, and then we have the draft of the document structure. Finally, a document of the current situation until the end of the biennium. So we request the members of this conference to support the state establishment of the working group for the next biennium. Thank you. Thank you, Brazil. Any comments from the countries? Then we have international agencies as well. Ecuador. Well, just so as not to repeat ourselves, we support the initiative of to establish this group, but for the other head of statistics, we think that this could be a positive externality in the future to build more sources of information. We don't need to specify the component or the economic contribution of the agricultural sector in our economies, but the use of satellite images for the different different areas can be used to make the difference of social phenomena. Today we are listening about measuring poverty with greatest disaggregation. Small area estimation was one of these approaches. So this technology of information, in line with agricultural statistics, it provides an opportunity to leverage the technical capabilities, focus on the global statistical approach. And so it's important to devote resources, time to work with this working group. Thank you, Ecuador. Costa Rica. Thank you for the initiative posted by Brazil. I think that this is a highly relevant topic. We are about to carry out agricultural censuses, and we need to be very clear about the design of these agricultural surveys. And I think that this is a great contribution, and I would also like to take the advantage of based on what we mentioned yesterday. There are different groups which are passing household surveys, and has been very important in the region. We have done a lot of research in this regard, and these have to do with allocation, this expansion factors, the lack of answers, etc. I think that there is a huge gap in terms of agricultural and economic surveys, and so to see how we can work on that, manage the design of this economic and agricultural survey, where the topics are different, and so these indicators also are different from the rest. So I think that it's important also, not for this biennium but for the next one, to have this in mind, I mean, to consider that there are huge gaps in the region. Thank you, Chile. Now, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Special greetings congratulations to Brazil. We support, we endorse this proposal. And we had a forestry and agricultural census in 2021. So I would like to thanks Brazil and INEGI in the process of statistical review processes, and FAO, which was part of this assessment process. So now we are building an agricultural framework, thinking of this approach of multiple frameworks. So this is highly appreciated, and we have different challenges, and so, as has been mentioned, including new technologies to this process. We are now working on a characterization of the land use and some complementary statistics, material with the non-traditional methods, and these provide us different options, as Costa Rica and Ecuador already mentioned. So this is in line with other development in the statistics and the work that we're going to be doing in other working groups. So we fully endorse this initiative put forward by Brazil. Thank you, Chile. I don't see any other countries, so I'm going to switch to Argentina. Very clearly, this group is extremely important to us. Great challenges posed by this type of survey, especially when we are including agricultural services, which many times are very difficult to capture because of the dynamics of the contractors. For the different agricultural activities, they are permanently moving around because of the harvest, and also the importance of having tools. And so in the case of Argentina, we are preparing a survey for agricultural services, and we have all the contractors saying that they want to provide an answer from the cell phone. So that is that should consider connectivity, and I think that these are topics which should be properly considered, and to have responses and share them among all of us. At least the experience in Argentina has been that, and I wanted to share that with you. I don't know if there is any other countries. Otherwise, we continue with FAO now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the countries which have supported that proposal put forward by Brazil. And my colleague of the BG said this proposal stemmed from what we called the regional commission, and when we talk about the different heads of the agricultural teams, this is the challenge number one. How can they update the area frameworks, which is the approach throughout the region for these agricultural surveys? According to my experience in the region, this is a challenge number one. I would also like to mention that there are other important actors as part of these working groups, such as the Ministries of Agriculture, and we have ministries of Peru, Minagri, which would like to participate from Chile, ODEPA, and El Salvador, the Ministry of Agriculture, and Jamaica. So there are no representatives of the region, but also ministries of agriculture.
Posición de la FAO para apoyar este grupo.
FAO is absolutely willing to support this with also with resources as well, and what is necessary to make a diagnosis, because this is a very important step in terms of developing other lines of work because in the use of satellite imaging to develop these area frameworks, there are different challenges that we think could be faced through collaboration and together with the tools that the countries can use to update these type of frameworks. These type of tools would be very useful for other countries which are not inside the group, because the most difficult step to set up an agricultural state is to set up a framework different from other statistical survey, and this is the stronger restriction in setting up this agricultural survey. I would like to convey the FAO's support to this group that we consider highly important. Antigua and Barbuda.
And I'd like to thank Brazil for their presentation. It was very informative and support the initiative of that working group. In Antigua and Barbuda, we have significant challenges in terms of producing agricultural statistics. We have been working with the sub-regional office of the FAO in the Caribbean in terms of improving that capacity. It's been over 10 years since we last conducted an agricultural census. And in terms of producing agricultural statistics, both in terms of the National Statistical Office and the Ministry of Agriculture and other satellite agencies, there are significant challenges. So we welcome the recommendations and in terms of the outputs from this working group. One of the things that really impacted us is in terms of the pandemic and food security. And in terms of Antigua being a very small island, we are very vulnerable to external shocks, and food security was a big issue in terms of the pandemic and being able to strengthen our own production of food. And so there have been different initiatives by the government to improve food security, and so there's been a need for improved agricultural statistics. And in addition to that, as we are scheduled to do our next census next year, we are looking in terms of improving our sample frames and developing better methodologies in terms of doing our sample surveys and our agriculture census, which we're hoping to conduct in 2025. So thank you.
Thank you very much. ¿Alguien más?
Is there any other comments? I don't see any countries or agencies. So now we are rather late, but we go to the last group, the reference guide on policy, the administrative records in Mexico. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I would like first to thank the CA, ECLAC, and the Statistical Division of the same, and of course, the Executive Committee for their support in the process of approval of this, the proposal that I'm going to put forward today, and the opportunity to share it with you. As we have been heard, the phenomena related to criminal activities and violence and insecurity are common topics throughout the region. The United Nations has stated that the Latin American region is the most violent region in the world because of regular crimes and homicide. That phenomena related to organized crime is something has become relatively common over the last year. Second point is that the SDGs, especially 16, has been promoted not only from the NSOs to provide new set of information, but also to interact with stakeholders and institutions that we didn't use to work with, such as police, justice institutions, and other type of institutions. And the basic element here that we need to consider that police forces in our countries are one of the main state authorities that we are permanently interacting as citizens. The state is reflected just in two areas, the matters of law enforcement orders. So the police have different functions, but basically They keep the public order, they prevent crime, and of course, they bring offenders to justice. There are a lot of mechanisms which observe the behavior of the police, especially the constitutional local order, the local laws, but the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Code of Conduct for law enforcement officials, the Kyoto Declaration to prevent crime and strengthening the rule of law, other sustainable development goals, and even a specific attention to international classification of crime for statistical purposes. So it's very important to say that police forces, they are every day producing some type of data records because of the nature of their own work. These records can turn into administrative records to improve the public service from the police forces, also to observe their performance, and of course, justice, efficiency, and effectiveness of the police actions to make better decisions, and of course, to enhance public trust. In Latin America, we have a deficit in this regard, not only in the authorities, but specifically the justice authorities. We haven't started this proposal from scratch. In 2022, the National Office of the United Nations Against Drug and Crime and two groups of experts published some guidelines to produce statistical data. And so these are general guidelines, conceptual, methodological, based as a starting point for this working group. The primary focus is to be focused on different variables or dimensions for the police activities such as human, financial, and physical resources, safety and well-being of staffs, the crime statistics, the seizures operations, but we talked about migration a while ago and environment also. These are areas which are surveilled by the police forces. So police forces are present in almost every human activity, the relationship that they have with the citizens, and also in public assemblies, something that is very common in our countries, and of course, the professional behavior, the use of force and firearms, which in the region of Latin America is rather excessive in terms of the proportionality of the force. There are a lot of challenges here. As in any matter involving security and justice, data are not homogeneous, not within the countries and among the countries. Each statistical institute which wants to record this finds a great heterogeneity. There is no way or the standard to make those records. Even the crimes is very difficult to be certain about what has been recorded at the end of the day. The quality of data is the most important aspect. So the proposal is to set up a working group and joint efforts to set up a reference guides on the police forces with two main objectives. The first one is to adopt these guidelines published in 2022 by UNODC for the production of statistical data by the police, and to do this homogeneous. And second, to build a minimum methodological basis to improve administrative records. That's very important to manage the information produced in the police institutions in the region. In terms of specific objectives, that is to estimate, or not estimate, but to identify the gaps in information that we have in the region, to create a baseline of data production in according to the guidelines to improve the administrative records, and of course to promote the gender mainstreaming in statistics, and in line with information gathered by the police. In terms of gender, we are very clear. There's dual approach here. The first one is the identification of disaggregated data. And then when do we disaggregate by age, history of violence or victimization, pregnant population belonging to the LGBTIQ plus community, and other populations, including the most vulnerable ones. Some countries which have expressed their interest to be included in this group are the ones that you can read on this slide: Mexico, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Panama, Peru, Dominican Republic. Thank you so much for your interest. And we have a work plan, and we are going to begin with this next December, and we are going to work on the guidelines adapted for the region, compiling information, documenting all the findings, producing the documents, and we hope that we are going to be finishing by July 25. What we can be in line with what the director of the division said yesterday. So this is my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention and the support to this process. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. Thank you, Adrian. Panama, you have the floor. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for offering the floor. We are very excited and would like to thank INEGI Mexico for submitting this proposal, especially to create this reference guide for police-related administrative records. Of course, we support it, and we are going to help them in this work according to the schedule that has been proposed. There's a clear need of having police-related statistics, especially because we know police forces, of course, they need technical assistance in order to build their databases. We sometimes receive information from police that is very poorly structured. Having a guideline that help them define certain parameters in order to build these statistics is key. Our countries are experiencing a degree of violence that must be measured. And I believe this is a very good opportunity to come up with a methodology in this administrative record guideline for police forces that will clearly allow us to see the size of the situations that have been experienced. So we'd like to thank Mexico again. We're going to support them in this working group. Thank you, Panama. Guatemala, go ahead. Well, thank you. First of all, INEGI Mexico, thank you for inviting us to be part of this working group. I'm pleased because Guatemala also has a police record system, but this was established by a mandate against violence against women. But there are many things that need to be measured and recorded. So thank you so much. Thank you, Guatemala. Dominican Republic. Yes, just like the countries before me, I'd like to thank INEGI not only for the invitation to be part of this group to our country, but also for proposing it and for all the support that from the Excellence Center and UNODC and INEGI have been providing to Dominican Republic for some years. And specifically, in 2021, we've been able to work also with some training for the national statistics system in my country for the classifications that exist in this field. And for us, it's quite timely to have this discussion because I believe for 2 or 3 months already, the President of the Republic has launched a follow-up on citizens' security. This is a meeting that takes place every Monday with all the law enforcement community, but also applies to, of course, police forces, attorneys, etc. Since this information is important, but the president is requesting information from these institutions, and this is how they've approached our office to support these processes. And I believe this is one of the things that this tool helps us to do. And what we have been discussing here, what is the added value that we can give to a coordination process, an articulation process with other institutions, so that they do not see us as a police force, but they should see us in the light of supporting, and mainly because of the fact that they can actually make better decisions based on evidence. Thank you. Thank you, Dominican Republic. Numa. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank Mexico, INEGI Mexico, for promoting this work group that has an extreme significance for Numa, for the environment in general. In Latin America and in the Caribbean has a due consideration of certain facts, and there are many journalists and people who are victims because of being witnesses or being exposed to these types of crimes. And it's quite relevant because it is key for us, for all of us, I guess, to have clear statistics and well-structured statistics on the causes of some processes that do have an impact on the environment. I'm thinking, for example, on the impact of illegal mining in Latin America, and the fact that in many occasions, informal or illegal mining has a very strong link with crime, organized crime, and sometimes, why not, the issue of wildfires and the fact that many of those wildfires are due to illegal activities in the territories. So it would be really interesting to have a methodology for collecting that information that is homogeneous for the whole region in order to really identify the root causes and the dynamics behind those efforts and those acts. Without further comments, I would like to thank again Mexico for the presentation. And we are a little bit late. We're going to take a break now, and let's start at 12 again. We're going to take a shorter break, okay?
Bueno, vamos a retomar la sesión. Les agradecemos que puedan tomar asiento.
We're going to resume the session.
Bueno, nos vamos sentando. Si les parece, así arrancamos. Vamos a pasar al siguiente punto de la agenda.
All right, so we're going to resume with the Statistics Coordination Group for the 2030 Agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. We're going to ask Daniel Takari from ECLAC. He's going to share on behalf of the Technical Secretariat of the group to make a few remarks, actually a presentation. Thank you, Chair. It will be a very brief presentation in the interest of time. It's about the advances of the Statistics Coordination Group for the 2030 Agenda. I would like to mention that during the last executive meeting, the 5 representatives, countries representing the IAG SDGs were selected. 5 countries representing the high-level group. So we thank Guatemala, who have taken the place for Central America and Mexico at the IAG. So what you see on the screen is the groups, the 10 countries representing Latin America and the Caribbean in these global groups. Both have their own agendas, and they work jointly and closely with the region. And their meetings, some have been virtual, some hybrid. The next meeting of the high-level group is in Denmark in October. It has taken much preparation, not only for the review of the indicators of the 2030 agenda. We're going to have a few results soon. In terms of the activities of the group per se, so it was about the main activities for 2023-2025, the activities aiming at having a regional approach in the comprehensive review with a comparative assessment. And this includes the statistics division of the UN, which would be an excellent input for the 2025 review. As you know, in this 2025 version, we will be seeking some indicators, especially for those indicators that have not it could be very important for this instance. What have we been doing these months since the last meeting of the executive committee, the steering committee? We had the proposal of several countries to participate in the pilot. And we had the participation of Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, and Dominican Republic, which began with the pilot exercise and, of course, improvements. And the groups of users of the system were identified to upload the information. The idea was to decentralize in order to the leader of this exercise and to participate with all these sectorial meetings. We have put the user and management at their disposal, and the flow of information, the entire scheme of review, approval of information, data uploads. Some countries have worked a lot with the download of microdata, and this system allows us to have the download of information on the state of production of the uploads, but also the management, who are the people that are working with the SDGs. So all this feedback received from the countries that participated in the pilot has served us, and we continue to work on us, to improve the guidelines and the technical manuals. And today we are finishing the construction of the APIs and the endpoints. The idea is to continue working on this. We'll communicate with all the countries in the region to identify the focal point for the questionnaire. Now, beyond the next steps, we feel it would be interesting to share with you some realities that arise. As you know, all the countries have been called to continue the 2030 agenda, and according to them, each country has defined their own indicators, and some of this is not necessarily indicated, reflected in the official indicators. So that is why there is a need to differentiate the national effort from the response to the global framework. Countries are producing a large number of indicators to monitor it, but given the time frame, the implementation period of the 2030 agenda, the different kinds of government at a national level, it is important that new development plans, new needs be met with new solutions in order to comply with the 2030 agenda. And in some cases, there are still some conditions for inclusion or not of the official indicators to monitor at a national level. And there's something that is recurring, which is the need to reinforce these statistics systems at a national level. In the case of the SDGs, it is extremely relevant because there are many sectors, many players that participate in building these indicators for the agenda. This is all on my side, Mr. Chair, and I remain at your disposal for any questions there may be. Thank you. Comments, questions? Yes. You wait until I'm done to raise your hand. Thank you, Mr. Chair. From Colombia, we would just like to thank ECLAC and Daniel for leading these topics from Colombia as members of the high HLG. We would like to have a coordinated report, as always, for all of us to report with information. This is information of a global reach, and it will be of the essence to bridge gaps. That's pretty much what we've been hearing about. And this will be important for the technical work, and we should influence them. And it's important for us to report in an ongoing fashion as representatives. That's all I wanted to mention. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. Anyone else? Oh, wait now. All right. So if there are no further comments, we'll move on to the next point on the agenda. I'd like to invite the Knowledge Communications Network to report, and it will be presented by INE Chile. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all. The idea of this presentation is to inform on the advances of this knowledge network. We are extremely pleased that it's finally become a space for collaboration that we all have on our top of mind. As you will recall, this network was created in 2017, and in 2019, INE Chile began coordinating along with the statistics division of ECLAC. I dare say one of the main accomplishments has been to generate further strengthening of knowledge and cooperation through these spaces of dissemination of the documents. This space has allowed us to share experiences, to share knowledge, and finally promote cooperation throughout the community.
We have conducted regular events. We have produced documents, and during this biennium, we launched the communities that I would like to talk about in a few more minutes. Now, just to remember or remind you, the KTN has three major scopes where we work with cooperation. We have connected the KTN, which is where we hold these video conferences approximately every 15 days. All these video conferences are recorded and are made available to countries. And here I would like to thank the participation and the positive attitude on the part of countries in terms of when we summon countries to participate in these spaces and share their experiences. After that, we have the KTN communities, which was launched during this biennium and has become a new space for cooperation. And finally, the web page, which is administered directly by the Statistics Division. And that is where you are able to find all the activities, material, and the work that is done within the framework of this knowledge transfer network. Now, some results and numbers of this biennium. In 2022, we began the biennium by obtaining, inviting all countries. During that year, we held 10 KTN events where we shared various events. We began with the launch of communities in May. We also had the possibility of sharing aspects related to infrastructure and IT architecture, the main principles of statistics. In November, we also held an event about this very important issue. And aligned with what my colleague just mentioned a while ago, we have also provided all the workshops that we have held on labor statistics. They're all recorded and they're all available in the platform. And therefore, we invite all the new groups that are created for this biennium to remember that you have this space available to disseminate the work that you do and to disseminate also your activities. If you do that virtually in 2023, we have held many more conferences. We have entered into alliances with new entities for the dissemination, and in order to organize these webinars, we began to place on the platform issues that had never been discussed beforehand, such as big data. And we thank Andrea for the alliance that we entered into. We held a whole series of events in coordination with them, and also during this last part of the year, as mentioned yesterday by Javier, we have disseminated the results of the 12 working groups that conclude this biennium, and therefore it's an important space, and that has involved a very significant participation of most NSOs. So we still have half of them still left, and so certainly we would like to invite you all to continue to accompany us during October, November, and December in order to present the work of the remaining working groups. And we have also disseminated the 3 workshops held by the working group on labor statistics. Some figures that are worthwhile highlighting. We already have a community that involves around 12,000 officials from national statistics offices and international entities related to statistics. During 2023, they took part showing their, 12 countries participated sharing their experiences. We were able to listen to 47 panelists up until September when we designed this presentation. 47 panelists from different entities and NSOs. And not only NSOs, but as you can see there, this has involved the participation of 17 international entities or international agencies related to statistics, and therefore our gratitude to all of them for their support. As you can see on this slide, we have entered into important alliances during this biennium with the ECRIS team. We placed the issue of statistics in terms of migration and displaced, and we held 3 events where we in the UN Big Data Regional Hub that we commented with Andrea, implied a whole series of events that we hope to continue with in the next biennium. With UN Women, we are about to begin and with the FAO, we will begin a new cycle with agricultural statistics and with our colleagues from the Global Partnership in Uruguay.
Unos eventos preparatorios de...
We conducted a preparatory analysis vis-a-vis the upcoming Data Festival, and we also worked with DESA, with the Statistics Division of Latin America, in order to bring to Latin America and the Caribbean the collaborative work that is underway with regards to administrative records. Now, that is what is related to the connected network. I would like to remind the different communities that we have also provided to all countries the email and the community, so that events that do not form part of of connected, but that are organized at a regional level and that you may wish to disseminate through our community, we have also been conducted that during the biennium with regards to the KTN community, which is part of the commitment that we entered into during the previous biennium in terms of finding a new way of cooperation in the region. Well, at the end of the day, we ended up with what we call the KTN practice community, which is a virtual space using a platform that provides us with privacy, which is one of the elements that we also consider, a space to have online discussions, to discuss, to share material. And during these nearly 2 years, we have been working on communities with which we began a pilot project, and we thank the um, the SDG and CELADE for doing this, because obviously a pilot project involves many difficulties, and they helped us with all these issues. And in December of last year, we launched the community of women leaders in national statistics offices. And I would like to share with you that this morning we held a face-to-face meeting that was very, very touching. We filled the Medina room with a whole series of women that accompany us today, and that was very motivating. You have probably realized that you were late in starting because of us. Without us, you could not begin. So I'd like to encourage you all to continue to accompany us. I'd like to encourage all those NSOs where the directors are men, well, to tell them that we are summoning women that are in the middle ranks of these NSOs can join this organization and share this need for motivation and leadership when it comes to statistics. In September, this is very recent, we also launched this fourth community, which is the community of practice and measurement of care, which was launched in September and with which we worked for many months before this. We launched it, and the idea is to continue to work with new stakeholders around new issues and to create additional communities and make them available to the region. Now, what is it that we expect from communities? Well, we expect them to be a space which does not necessarily mean a working group with the production of a product, but rather these spaces to talk about more cross-cutting issues. So we can hold video conferences, workshops, discussions, online comments, and so on. A whole series of services provided by this platform. The only thing that is required is that all of us commit to this and ensure our participation. This is the only requirement, I believe, for communities to continue to be successful. We need your commitment, your participation, and your desire to continue to share our experiences and good practices with other colleagues. In the communities, we have entered into various partnerships. Clearly, offices always require the support of international agencies, and therefore this has involved the participation of UN Women, of Paris 21, of ECLAC, INEGI, and ONE from the Dominican Republic, that are the leaders of the community of women, the Global Care Alliance, and ODS there has also enjoys the support of ECLAC entities. What are the objectives for this new biennium? Well, we hope to continue to strengthen these monthly activities to exchange good practices. We want to continue to enter into new alliances, new partnerships to strengthen and disseminate the discussions that have not been disseminated today, and also to continue to disseminate this that has not been disseminated via the Conectados network. We want to continue to work with this platform of communities and invite all those that are interested in exploring and analyzing the need to launch new themes. Well, we are available to help you and to guide you in this effort. That is my presentation. And now I'd like to offer the floor to Anna so that she could very briefly talk to you about the result and the situation or the status of the community, which is the latest one that we have created. And I hope that that will encourage more and more offices and agencies to join this space for cooperation. Ana. Thank you, Olga. I am Ana Welmes, Director of the Gender Division, and I would like to say that this community is something that we're very interested in because it brings together the Statistics Conference and the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, two subsidiary entities, in order to break down the statistical silence and advance towards the production of statistical data for this idea that we have put forward in the region in terms of advancing towards societies of care, societies where we care for the planet, where we care for people, for those that provide care and have and practice self-care. This community is being led by Mexico with the leadership of INEGI and INE Mujeres. And from the UN system, UN Women, and ECLAC, obviously the network transmission network transfer network, and the Global Alliance of Care, which is an alliance promoted by Mexico and UN Women as a global level, with the idea of having this space to exchange experiences, knowledge, and publications. This will be a mixed community because the idea is that it be comprised both with NSOs, UN Women, entities that are competent for the issue of care, civil society, and also the academics that might be interested in this. So this has been indeed a great challenge that we have been working on with Olga and her team, and it was launched during the 24th International Meeting on Gender Statistics, held on September 7 in Aguascalientes at the INEGI office. There we conducted an exercise asking what had been the most useful statistics for the design of care policies. And this is an example where a large percentage of countries mentioned time use surveys. This is a region where 23 countries have already conducted time use surveys, and therefore we are beginning with this in the Caribbean, and that encourages us enormously. And you can see there during the launching session, the opening session, us holding hands so that we can advance towards this idea of the society of care. And what lies ahead for the future? Well, today we have an open forum for the exchange between countries, and there is an open question in terms of which issues our community wants to work with. This community will be working during the next 2 years. And in the next regional conference on women that will be held in Mexico in 2025, and in the following conference, following statistics conference, generating a community between producers and users in terms of what is required in order to measure care, to have a territorial and focused approach, how to work on statistics and so on. On the part of the gender division, we will be sending you an invitation with all the information promoting the registration of your offices, and especially asking for focal points, because obviously there will be many points that will be discussed, time use surveys, maps that many countries are developing, satellite accounts, and so on. But the idea is to have a focal point both for among these institutions will be very helpful in order to promote these discussions that will last a period of approximately 6 months. That's how we have designed it. And so, Olga, thank you very much. There you can see the logo. This is a community of practice that was created with a logo, and we hope you like that logo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll speak. Okay, thank you. Panama. Yes, we've learned that we have to move quickly here. Thank you very much, Chair, for offering us the possibility to speak. I would like to thank Chile and the colleague from the Gender Division for their presentations. I believe that undoubtedly this platform enables us to be knowledgeable and to also share knowledge and that has already provided us with certain results. Some time ago, the World Bank, together with Panama, held a discussion in order to submit a proposal on good practices, innovations, especially when it came to big data related projects. And we submitted that proposal to the SCA, and we held a meeting with the SCA to try to see where we could make this proposal. And a few days ago, we held a very positive meeting with directors in Latin America about the experience of housing and population censuses. And I say that was very good because each director mentioned or shared their experience with these efforts, which is not an easy task. And many good initiatives came out of that, in the sense that in terms of good practices, the things that have been done well, which things have not been done so well, and the idea. And that is the invitation that I would like to make to all countries, is for all of us to present those protocols, those pathways that we have, where we have experience, what we did well and what we did not do well, so that we can all benefit within this knowledge transfer network and communities, which I believe could be a very good platform to present both the good things and the bad things, because we have many challenges to face up to together. In fact, many countries are today planning their censuses, and I think it would be very timely to determine what things were done well, what are the pathways that we have to follow, and which are the pathways that we evidently have to avoid. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Panama. Brazil. Dominican Republic. I think we'll have to buy you a new pair of glasses, Chair. Well, I'll be very sincere. I have to clean them, and also ECLAC has turned the lights down, so we can't see anything. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate INE of Chile for these efforts, for their commitment, and for this generous offering that they make for the region in terms of coordinating this knowledge transfer network and these communities of practice. And that is not an easy task, because with the many agendas that we have, obtaining time to share within these spaces becomes a traumatic task very often. But I have learned that if you put things in the agenda, establish priorities, well, a time can always be found. So thank you for that. I would like to thank the coordination by Mexico and by INE of Chile with a community of leading women of NSOs. This is an initiative that last year was led by Chile, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic, and we discussed this, and thanks to the result of Paris 21, we were able to do this work, first of all, with a face-to-face workshop that enabled us to invite not only the directors, but mid-rank officials from 19 countries of Latin America and of the Caribbean. And this also provides continuity to a working agenda that, as Olga said, today we held a marvelous meeting with enormous enthusiasm and with some expressions that I really liked, as mentioned by Diana from Belize. The idea is for us to be able to find our own leadership formats, but in a world that has been much more masculine. And that is a fact. And therefore, we also have to find our own spaces so that we can enable the leadership fashion that we bring to the table that might be different, but and also provide differentiated results. In that sense, I would also like to support the proposal submitted by our colleague from Panama, by Samuel, in terms of maintaining the census community of practice. And we know that we will listen to the Argentina proposal on the mapping initiative, but this community could be useful in order to provide continuity to the dialogue that we began 2 days ago, where CELADE suggested and Simon presented what had worked at an institutional level, at a political level, and so on. There is an issue, a management issue that came up there. And most of the countries, let's see, Simone mentioned a few that as from next year will be there. It would be nice to listen to all the things that we had to resolve, communication of crisis plans, how to deal with logistics issues. And Diego said this is not only a statistical operation, this is also an enormous logistical operation where we also have to share experiences that cannot wait to be systemized in 2 years' time, because in the long term we will all be dead. So how can we make that available as from now? And I believe that the community provides us with a structured space, because the idea is not simply to discuss for the sake of it, but rather to sit down in a structured space with a program. As Dominican Republic, we also offer ourselves to accompany this and to make this a reality, and likewise other countries that have experienced the tsunami can also add their own grain of sand. Thank you.
Gracias. Solo un
Thank you. Just a piece of advice, resignation for doing that.
And thank in Chile and CEPAL for the support the knowledge transfer network has been given to donating to the UN Regional Hub. We have been conducting activities together, as mentioned by Olga, not only webinars, but also training. And it was very important, the support of the Knowledge Transfer Network, because it allowed us to reach other countries that we could not reach before. So mobilization and dissemination of the activities were very important and improved a lot with the partnership and the support of Knowledge Transfer Network. So I would like to express my gratitude. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias. Uruguay.
Thank you. Uruguay now. I would like to congratulate first the work done by Chile. I think that this community of practice has been useful to discuss very important topics for the region. And second, to endorse what Miosotis mentioned in terms of a census, as well as the colleague from Panama did the same. A group related to census has been proposed. Well, finally, that didn't succeed, but we're interested in gathering the lessons learned from the census round. Probably we could look for an alternative way. I don't know why that group was left out. I don't know if it didn't have enough support, and we voted for it, but here we have other 3 colleagues which are also for that group, and together with Celare, and probably we can get lessons learned from this round. Thank you. Thank you. There was a lot of disposal to continue with that group, but we also saw RTC as essential tool to give this continuity. We have worked a lot in this, RTC could be an essential tool to make a follow-up on this. I'm not going to dip into this, but the reflection that we did with some directors is not to make a document of the necropsis of what the documents 2022 were. We have the colleague from Chile and the document of what we have done, and we are saying that we can do it in the framework of these working groups and count on us. Yes, we are saying pay attention to this, and then think of why didn't I do this in a very educated manner. We're inviting you and all the directors of statistics which are planning their census rounds. So we're here, we are open to say or suggest what to do, what not to do, and to take care about these topics which are delicate, technically speaking, that you don't see up until you are in the middle of the population census. So this knowledge network and working group and census for you are just they're about to start. So I would have liked that someone would have told me, well, this may happen, and we would have taken precautions. Thank you, Ecuador. Is there any other country? At the back, some agency? No. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentations of Chile as well as about knowledge transfer network and KTN communities. We reiterate our support, the community of practice of Society of Care and women leaders that were invited. We have the pleasure to participate today in the morning here, and we would like to invite you and to be part of these continuous discussions spaces. We can hear and share experiences, knowledges, publications, and processes related to measuring care, as well as the challenges to the good practices and operations, as with an outlook of the leader women's. And I would like to highlight the leadership of the communities from INEGI, Mexico, UN Women, ECLAC, and how these are coordinated with the Global Alliance for Care. Thank you for leaders, but Chile for the care that has been put on this, and we're very happy to contribute in this endeavor. Is there anybody else there? Rolando Campos. Thank you so much. Well, I would like first to say that on behalf of ECLAC, I would like to thank for the support that we have received from the INE Chile when we started putting this knowledge transfer network and KTN communities forward on occasion of the pandemic, when all this process outbursted and since 2019. And this has supported very strongly the work that has been done and the work that has been presented in different webinars, seminars, and how this thematic has been introduced, how new platforms are being opened as of KTN, as it was agreed in the statistical meeting, and in Mexico in this month, at the beginning of this month, to provide continuity to this management of this information. I would also like to say that in terms of the responsibility that we have, we are going to make some improvement to the website of KTN and to provide greater flow of information, and also have the contribution of different meetings, and this can be updated. About the working group of census, the idea and the group, the KTN group on population census, we expressed our interest to continue with this, provided that we can reactivate this. The concern stemming from the discussion that we had on Tuesday made us to make the decision in terms of preparing a report, general report, on the main concerns which were expressed, and also the Celari's presentation on the 5 slides about the current status so if CARICOM requires so to make the presentation in the framework of the meeting in terms of what are the problems envisaged by CARICOM countries and what are the expectations they have to give them continuity. The idea is to set up a working group, not only in this forum, but in 2 years' time, is that many countries are in the process of gathering this information. They're going to have experience to gather this information. That's why it's important to keep that group and forum as part of the KTN and revival this and update this with the colleagues from CELADE as well as the colleagues from the UNFPA to reactivate, as Panama, Uruguay, Dominican Republic, Ecuador said. And in that sense, the countries which are going to be gathering this information from Chile specifically, and the new director of INE Chile had another commitments, had to go to a forum where he was participated, and he canceled that meeting. And at the end, he asked the floor to take note and to listen all what the countries expressed their concern. And again, these meetings and to get together here, apart from listening the works of the other ones and all the ones who continue discussion over a restaurant at night. And so all this knowledge and the possibility to get together is extremely enriching and provides a lot of benefits and strengthens the Statistical Conference of the Americas. So I would like to thank you all, and of course we listen. You are listening the instruction of the countries and their input about census. Just the last comment about what Rolando said. It's extremely important that although we have the support of international agencies as technical secretariat, we, the countries, are the ones that should offer and to make a call to our colleagues so we can take the lead, and the countries they are promoting and fostering and expressing their commitment, because see, we have the commitment of the agencies, but the countries are not willing to support these processes. It's difficult that we may succeed. So this is our call, and hopefully the countries having interest in continue working on this, they can also work on this on the census for the coming year. Thank you.
Halim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to deliver this presentation.
Can you close the microphone, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this opportunity to deliver this presentation on behalf of the CARICOM community. My presentation is based on the Standing Committee of Caribbean Statisticians, which is the highest decision-making body on statistical matters within the within the CARICOM sub-region. And I will seek to provide you with some background on the SCCS, as we call it, the commitment of heads as it relates to statistics development in CARICOM, our overarching strategy, the workings of the SCCS, and the challenges as it relates to statistics development within CARICOM. So the Standing Committee of the Caribbean Statisticians was established in accordance with a resolution by the Common Market Council of Ministers in 1974, actually 1 year after the establishment of the Caribbean Community after the signing of the Treaty of Chaguaramas. And the aim was to foster increased recognition of the importance of adequate statistical services to the countries of the region, to widen the scope and coverage of statistical data collection, and to improve the quality, comparability, and timeliness of statistics produced. Oops. Can't see this. So in terms of the commitment made by CARICOM heads to statistics development, it started from the 8th meeting of the CARICOM Community Council of Ministers, where the council noted the approach to enable the strategic direction for the development of statistics in CARICOM. And following this, at the 15th meeting of the council held in Guyana in 2005, where they recommended that regional and national strategies should be prepared with financial proposals to enable the implementation of the Common Regional Statistics Work Program, which was approved by the Council in that same year. We also saw, 11 years later, the endorsement by heads of the Action Plan for Statistics, which was a major achievement for us in CARICOM, and also the endorsement of the CARICOM Regional Strategy for the Development of Statistics in 2018. The Action Plan for Statistics has key elements and highlights key actions that governments are expected to undertake for statistics development, and governments would have committed to this by the endorsement of this action plan. So these actions include to undertake the strengthening of the national statistical systems and offices, to pursue the upgrading of the information and communication technology base of the NSOs and the NSS, to promote careers in statistics, to endorse and promote the Caribbean Association of Professional Statisticians, the CAPS as we call it, to support a regional approach to the development of statistics to optimize the use of scarce resources. And the very last action gave rise to the Regional Strategy for the Development of Statistics, which is the regional approach to statistics development. And this is basically for strengthening and improving the availability of statistics for evidence-based decision-making. And within the endorsement of the RSDS, the Conference of Heads of Governments also endorsed the next steps, which is a comprehensive implementation plan for the RSDS with costing, and this was already completed, a resource mobilization strategy, which was already completed, and it was completed under the ambit of the SCCS. Also a monitoring and evaluation framework, and this is being worked on as we speak, and communication and advocacy strategy, which has also been completed. In terms of the ultimate outcome of the RSDS. It is to basically realize an efficient CARICOM statistical system that is responsive to the national, regional, and global development agenda, enabling a resilient community with sustained economic growth and development. The vision, a CARICOM statistical system that is recognized for professional excellence and is the premier source of high-quality harmonized statistics on the community. Its mission, to provide CARICOM and the global community with high-quality harmonized national and regional statistics for evidence-based decision-making, research, the empowerment of the people, and for the achievement of sustainable economic growth and development. Now, in terms of the RSDS itself, there are 5 strategic priorities and 4 strategic drivers. And these strategic priorities are standards and harmonization, governance, an integrated statistical system, innovation, advocacy, and communication. And all of these leads to the achievement of the ultimate outcome, which is an efficient CARICOM statistical system that is responsive to national and regional global development agenda. The strategic drivers are enablers. They are all cross-cutting in nature, and they cut across all strategic priorities. And these drivers include the IT infrastructure, sustainable development goals, and the Samoa pathway, sustainable capacity building, and also gender mainstreaming. In terms of the SCCS itself, it comprises of the 15 CARICOM member states and the 5 associate member states. The SCCS meets once annually, and only member states has voting rights. Representatives of associate members can participate without vote and can be eligible to be appointed as a member on any subcommittee or any subsidiary body which may be set up by the committee. Caribbean countries who are not members or associate members may be invited to attend meetings of the committee and participate as observers without vote. And we also include the international development partners because they are important resource persons. In terms of the subcommittee and the subsidiary bodies under the SCCS, we have the Regional Census Coordinating Committee, and this is important to ensure the regional approach to census taking. Within CARICOM, there's a harmonized core set of questions that we encourage each country to include in their questionnaires that would allow for the regional comparability of the information. And there are also regional public goods during this census year that was developed for the benefit of our member countries, which includes a framework for CAPI data collection, the generic business process model framework for census, and a common approach to census mapping. Within another subsidiary group of the SCCS is the Advisory Group on Statistics, and it comprises of a subgrouping of the directors and chief statisticians, and this group was instated to enable the implementation of the approved Regional Statistics Work Program and also the resolution on the strengthening of statistical capacity from the decision of the Community Council in 2005. Also, the AGS is referred to as the working arm of the SCCS. They can only make recommendations for the endorsement of the SCCS on statistical matters and the direction of regional statistics. So an important function of the advisory group is the coordinating the implementation of the regional strategy for the development of statistics. There are also technical working groups, which I will come to in a little bit. The functions of the SCCS, and in the interest of time, I will just highlight a few of the very important functions. One, develop and harmonize statistical concepts and methodologies. Promote the institutional strengthening of all statistical agencies in the national statistical system and assist with the development and implementation of national strategies for the development of statistics. Promote the implementation of a quality assurance framework in accordance with current international and regional statistical standards and best practices. Develop and monitor regional statistical projects engaging with international development partners in the strengthening of statistical capacity in the region. Coordinate and monitor programs for statistical training and technical assistance. Promote South-South cooperation and attachment programs. Encourage statistical advocacy and promote the importance of statistics as a discipline within the community. Also, to promote the establishment and functioning of a professional association of statisticians in CARICOM. And just to touch on some of the main items on the current SCCS and AGS agenda that promotes regional statistics development. Of course, we have the advancement of the implementation of the regional strategy for the development of statistics. And currently, we're in the process of implementing the resource mobilization strategy, using the costed implementation plan to develop project proposals for statistics development. Also, we're as indicated before, in the process of drafting the monitoring and evaluation framework. We are currently working on developing a compliance scorecard that can be used to rate countries' performance in the implementation of the RSDS. Also, we are promoting the development of NSDS and its alignment with the CARICOM RSDS. In terms of another item on the agenda is the review of the CARICOM Statistics Model Bill, and we're proposing minor revisions to make the bill more current and stronger. One of our member states has agreed for their legal consultant under a project to review the CARICOM bill and incorporate the new developments in statistics, along with reviewing those minor recommendations as proposed by the Standing Committee of Caribbean Statisticians. And we hope that at the end of this, as a final review, the Office of the General Counsel within the CARICOM Secretariat can provide some advice. In terms of our technical working groups, and most of these have been dormant for some time, and which is why at this upcoming SCCS meeting from the 30th of October, we hope to reconstitute and reactivate those technical working groups. I think the only one that is currently functioning is the one on environment statistics, but we hope to reactivate the others that are currently in existence. We also hope to launch 2 additional technical working groups, and one for the integration of geospatial and statistical information, which we are collaborating with ECLAC on, and we're appreciative of the assistance thus far. And 2, one on communications, dissemination, and website management. In terms of within the meeting itself, it provides the opportunity for countries to report on their progress on the domains of statistics, on the first 3 domains of statistics in the that is within our regional statistics work program. And the regional statistics work program is based on the old classification of statistical activities. So this also has to be revised in terms of the the new classification. So countries will report on their progress, best practices, and challenges in the domains of economic statistics, demographic and social statistics, and also environment and multi-domain statistics. Also on the agenda is the CARICOM Code of Good Statistical Practices and the Quality Assurance Framework. In terms of the CARICOM Code of Statistics Practice is the scheduling of the implementation of a system of peer review, and with the Quality Assurance Framework to pilot this in the countries that have volunteered to do so. So there are a number of capacity building initiatives that we'll be speaking to at the meeting. And I think one of our greatest achievement is the development of the online learning through the electronic CARICOM Institute for Statistical Training and Research. We are also known as the ECLAC. And this and we hope to launch this soon. The consultants are currently working on finalizing this, and it comprises a knowledge-based e-learning platform, a research platform, and also eventually a regional database of experts will be developed and can be updated for the benefit of countries. An important aspect on our agenda for capacity building is the development of centers of excellence and also a system of South-South collaboration through a formalized structure of attachments and exchange visits among countries. And there are areas that we have identified as centers of excellence and potential countries who can serve as those centers of excellence. And these core areas are prices, merchandise trade, labor force surveys, sampling, and ICT and CAPI surveys. We continue to collaborate with regional and international development partners as we seek to develop the capacity within our countries. And a number of development partners we have been collaborating with over the years, and we're grateful for this assistance, and it's commendable. But I also want to highlight three of those partners because they currently have ongoing projects or agreements with the Caribbean, with the CARICOM Secretariat. And well, of course, we have the European Union with the projects under the 11th EDF, the 11th European Development Fund, right? I wouldn't go into details on all the projects, but there are currently 4 projects and also 3 other consultancies to begin. Also on the UN Women, the Regional Spotlight Initiative. Also a project with the Caribbean Development Bank on the assessment of the optimal future state of the coordination of the CARICOM statistical system, basically to improve the quality, comparability, and timeliness of statistics produced across the CARICOM statistical system with a focus on strengthening the regional statistical program so that it can deliver on its mandate. Other items on the agenda, of course, this 2030 agenda for sustainable development in terms of the progress of countries thus far in terms of the indicator framework. Also, the reports from the representatives on the international communities like the IAEG, SDG, and the HLG, PCCB. We will be addressing matters as it relates to the CAPs. Also, we hope to introduce ecosystems accounting by sharing the experience and best practices of the implementation in one member state and 4 of our associate member states. Also, we hope to see the endorsement of a CARICOM agreed minimum standards for the management of violence against women and girls, and this was the result of our collaboration with UN Women under the regional spotlight, and also discussion on the 15th observance of Caribbean Statistics Day, which will be commemorated on the 15th of October. And it's an important event for us in terms of advocating the importance of statistics to the community. Now for the challenges for statistical development in CARICOM. Firstly, the inadequate staffing at both national and regional statistical offices to meet the increasing demands for statistics. Also, there's an issue with the timeliness of data production, which you would appreciate is linked to the availability of resources. Now, the limited resources in terms of funding for statistics development is causing challenges with resource mobilization for the statistics projects and activities under the implementation plan within the CARICOM RSDS, as well as under member countries' NSDS implementation plan and statistical work programs. So it's difficult to find monies to fund these activities, which is why we are in the situation that we are in with the severe data gaps in a lot of core areas. Also, challenge in achieving the production of the CARICOM core SDG indicators, which is a subset of 125 indicators of the SDG global list of indicators, and we have recently been collaborating with the Global Partnership Initiative, and we hope that through this partnership we can increase the production of the SDG indicators so that we could actually achieve our core set 125 and even more. Also, the implementation and completion of the 2020 round of population and housing census, and this is a worldwide issue, but it's really hectic for CARICOM countries because 3 of our member states will be starting the census in 2024, which is very close to the end of this census round. Also, outdated statistics legislation and the current legislation doesn't fully promote the fundamental principles of official statistics, especially as it relates to autonomy and professional independence, and which is why we're promoting for countries to adopt the CARICOM model bill for statistics. There is the issue of the uncoordinated national statistical systems rendering it difficult to access data in a timely manner, which emphasize the importance of countries developing national strategies for the development of statistics. Also, weak data producing agencies within the national statistical system. That really affects our work within the national statistical offices. There is also challenges in terms of data sharing and anonymization of microdata due to the small size of most CARICOM countries, and the issue of anonymization. It's a major issue for us because there is so much that you can do in terms of anonymization when your population is very small. The disclosure risk is still high. Data dissemination is also a challenge. Lack of statistical literacy also impacts use and misuse of data. The lack of statistical advocacy that is necessary to engender public trust in the national statistical offices and the entire national statistical system. Also, the issue of the leveraging of big data and other unconventional sources of data in the production of official statistics. There's a lot of capacity constraints in doing that within our region, but this is, of course, an important area for statistical development for us. And lastly, moving beyond GDP, because most of all of our islands produce the GDP indicator. However, the over reliance on this indicator may not show our vulnerability, especially as it relates to the climate crisis and also international shocks, which is basically the characteristics of small island developing states. And here ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Halim. If you don't mind, we are going to let the comments or questions for after the recess. We have now in this same room a side event, so sorry about that. We are going to let the comment for later. Nos vemos nuevamente a las 3 de la tarde en esta misma sala. Ahora empieza un side event que es el rol de la banca multilateral en la mejora continua de las oficinas estadísticas de América Latina y el Caribe. Les recomiendo, quédense, están muy ansiosos de colaborar con las oficinas estadísticas. Así que, y dar dinero, mucho. Empecemos. Muy buenas tardes a todos los que están conectados y a todos los que están presentes. La idea de este side event es un poco platicar con los bancos regionales, un poco para conocer las actividades y ver las posibilidades de cooperación y ver la idea de cómo podemos trabajar de manera conjunta, aprovechando pues la vasta información que los institutos producen, pero también los apoyos que en los diferentes proyectos que tienen las diferentes instituciones pudieran sumarse, ¿no? Entonces tenemos 3 organismos financieros de nuestra región. Está el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo con José Antonio Mejía, que todo el mundo ya conoce, un colega que viene de las oficinas estadísticas. Carlos Federico Uncosa del ACAF, que es el Banco de Desarrollo para América Latina y el Caribe, y nuestro amigo Hugo Ñopo del Banco Mundial, que también tiene una gran experiencia en temas estadísticos y que, bueno, la idea es que pudiéramos tener una plática con cada uno de ustedes y para poder nos hicieran comentarios y poder ver y escuchar también de los países algunos comentarios y sugerencias y propuestas que pudieran darse. Sin más, ¿por dónde empezamos? ¿Empiezas, José Antonio?
Me dieron el
control. Entonces,
a Hugo le dieron el martillo, entonces no sé.
Entonces tú empiezas y termina Hugo en ese orden.
Gracias, bueno, muy buenas tardes a todas y todos los que están aquí en la sala, las personas que están conectadas. Yo quiero empezar, Rolando, por decir algo que conversamos con Hugo hace unas semanas que hablamos de este evento, y es que hay históricamente, cuando menos entre la CEPAL, el Banco Mundial y el BID, antecedentes muy importantes de cooperación y coordinación. Se acaba de ir de la sala la única persona que tiene memoria de esto, bueno, además de alguien más que veo por ahí sentado atrás, que no mencionaré nombres para no reflejar su edad. Pero no, el programa para el mejoramiento de las encuestas y la medición de condiciones de vida en América Latina y el Caribe, el programa MECOVI, que creo que en la memoria de muchas oficinas nacionales de estadística fue un éxito basado no en el trabajo individual de cada país o de cada institución, sino en la colaboración estrecha entre 3 agencias, entre la CEPAL, el Banco Mundial y el BID. Entonces creo que es momento de tratar de volver a revivir algunas de esas interacciones y ese trabajo colaborativo, obviamente incluyendo también ahora a otras agencias y otros, tanto multilaterales como bilaterales activas en la región. Entonces, bueno, yo con esto una presentación rápida de algo del trabajo que hacemos. Empiezo con dar el marco de acción en el que el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo trabaja en cuanto al fortalecimiento de las capacidades estadísticas en la región. Entonces son 4 grandes pilares, ¿no? El primero es fortalecer la institucionalidad de las oficinas nacionales de estadística como entes rectores, normadores, coordinadores de los sistemas estadísticos nacionales. El siguiente es impulsar la producción de estadística básica de calidad. Es cierto que hay muchos adelantos y hay una frontera cada vez que se expande, pero no podemos olvidar que hay que concentrarse en lo básico, ¿no? En los 3 elementos esenciales: el aprovechamiento estadístico de los registros administrativos, las encuestas de hogares y los censos. Obviamente esta producción no tiene ningún sentido si no se disemina y usa ampliamente, ¿no? Todos sabemos cuánto cuesta hacer un censo porque podemos ver el presupuesto, ¿no? La línea presupuestal en el presupuesto de la nación o en un archivo de Excel, pero el valor está dado no por lo que cuesta, sino por el uso que se le da a esa información. Entonces la promoción y de una amplia diseminación y además la incentivación del uso no solamente es ponerla ahí y a ver quién se acerca, sino hay que promover activamente este uso. Y el otro es en línea con este tema de la frontera del conocimiento, pues apalancar las innovaciones tecnológicas, pero apalancarlas en el entendido de que son instrumentos para mejorar los procesos de producción de información estadística. Es decir, no simplemente la innovación por innovación, el uso de la tecnología como un fin, sino verdaderamente como un medio, ¿no? Y aquí voy a ser tal vez demasiado transparente, ¿no? No basta con mencionar las 3 o 4 palabras que están de moda, ¿no? Pues a través de inteligencia artificial, con el uso de la transformación digital, eso no es suficiente, ¿no? Tenemos que verdaderamente usarlo como una herramienta que nos ayude en los objetivos y las finalidades que ya tenemos. Y bueno, ¿con qué instrumentos contamos desde el BID para impulsar estos cuatro pilares? Bueno, el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo, ¿no? El instrumento principal en términos de magnitud, pues son operaciones de préstamo. También hay cooperaciones técnicas, ¿no? Fondos de donación, tanto a nivel de país como regionales. Está un instrumento en donde la Conferencia Estadística de las Américas fue pionera en el uso hace ya más de 20 años, que son los bienes públicos regionales, y que sigue siendo un instrumento de financiamiento para el trabajo en conjunto en América Latina y el Caribe, y también la producción de productos de conocimiento. Hablaré con algunos ejemplos, algunas de las cosas que estamos haciendo y que muchos de ustedes ya conocen. En términos de operaciones de préstamo, en este momento tenemos proyectos en ejecución en Argentina, Bolivia, El Salvador y Paraguay, países con los que tenemos la oportunidad de colaborar y trabajar de manera coordinada en proyectos principalmente de financiamiento de los censos de población, entendiendo que los censos de población son el camino, a veces son el instrumento principal a través del cual se introducen innovaciones, se renueva la planta informática, equipamiento y aún el personal, ¿no? Uno podría ver en las oficinas los momentos en que hay entradas importantes de personal, y estas tienden a coincidir con las rondas censales. Tenemos también proyectos en preparación para financiar los censos de población en Honduras y Surinam, y aquí quiero particularmente en el tema de los censos de población mencionar que trabajamos muy de cerca con otras agencias, en el caso de CEPAL a través de la CELADE, la División de Población, y también con el Fondo de Población de Naciones Unidas, y en algunos de los países en que hay cooperación bilateral con algunas agencias bilaterales, como el Buró de Censos de Estados Unidos en el caso de El Salvador y de Honduras. Cooperaciones técnicas, aquí insisto, hay cooperaciones técnicas independientes para país, cada vez más difícil de conseguir estos recursos, sobre todo para países específicos, a menos que estos vayan atados a la preparación de una operación de préstamo. Como ustedes podrán ver ahí, ¿no? Bolivia, Honduras, Surinam coinciden con proyectos de préstamo, pero también hay algunas otras instancias de proyectos específicos por país que estamos trabajando, algunos con temáticas muy concretas, como es el caso de la República Dominicana con la encuesta de uso del tiempo, o con donantes particulares, con el caso de Colombia, donde estamos cooperando con la República de Corea del Sur. Las cooperaciones técnicas regionales, tenemos ahora yo creo que 8 o 10 activas, menciono solamente 2. El tema central que todo el mundo repetimos desde hace tiempo, el uso del estadístico de los registros administrativos, el impulsar la diseminación a través de los datos abiertos en las oficinas nacionales de estadística. Y aquí estas cooperaciones técnicas son una herramienta, un instrumento para impulsar la colaboración sur-sur en algunas temáticas concretas, y el traer conocimientos de otras regiones. En cuanto a los bienes públicos regionales, como les decía, la CEA fue pionero en el uso de estos recursos para impulsar lo que para mí y seguramente para todos los aquí presentes es el bien público regional por excelencia, que es la estadística, ¿no? La estadística, no un bien público a nivel nacional en términos de los datos que se producen a nivel nacional, pero un bien público regional en términos de la estandarización y la homogenización de métodos, el tema de las lecciones aprendidas, algo que nosotros vivimos día a día en el contexto de esta comunidad. En este momento tenemos vigentes 2 proyectos, uno que sobre estadísticas de inmigración, ¿no? Para el tema de los marcos muestrales y cómo estos captan o no captan bien a la población migrante en particular, ¿no? Debido a los movimientos migratorios de los últimos 7 años. Este proyecto está por iniciar la semana, el día 9 de octubre va a tener la primera reunión. Desgraciadamente, la forma en que están diseñados estos proyectos están circunscritos a la participación de los países que solicitaron ser miembros del proyecto, pero como su nombre lo dice, se trata de un bien público que eventualmente podrá beneficiar al resto de los países de la región. Y el otro proyecto que apenas la semana pasada, ¿no? Andrea nos indicaron que había sido seleccionado es el de indicadores de medio ambiente y cambio climático, una aproximación conjunta en el uso de metodologías innovadoras y fuentes de datos alternativos, que bueno, va en línea con los que hemos estado conversando, ¿no? La importancia del uso de las imágenes satelitales y bueno, el estar al día en la necesidad de información que tienen los asesores de política pública en esta temática tan relevante. En cuanto a productos del conocimiento, bueno, estos obviamente no serían posibles como el resto de las actividades sin el apoyo de toda la Sociedad Nacional de Estadística de la región. Estamos ya, bueno, toco madera finalmente, que en unas semanas tengamos la publicación de los resultados de la encuesta a personal de la Sociedad Nacional de Estadística. Hemos tenido, gracias a usted, las presentaciones de resultados a cada uno de los países en un par de eventos paralelos en otros contextos. Pero bueno, ya estamos, ese tipo de actividades son las que queremos impulsar. Está también la herramienta para la medición de la capacidad estadística, el TASC, que va en línea con lo que se conversaba ayer del tema de las revisiones de pares, ¿no? El tema de la revisión de la capacidad estadística tiene que ser en el contexto de una batería de instrumentos, y yo creo que la revisión de pares es la cúspide de la pirámide, pero tiene que estar soportada en otro tipo de instrumentos que son tal vez menos onerosos y complejos, ¿no? La revisión de pares tal vez cada 3 o 4 años, pero uno puede complementar eso con herramientas como el TASC. Y bueno, también estamos trabajando en un documento que también ustedes han contribuido con algunas lecciones aprendidas y experiencias en el uso estadístico de los registros administrativos. Para terminar, bueno, retos y oportunidades, bueno, todas y todos, ¿no? Hay muchísimas cosas por hacer. Yo creo que lo más problemático es que cada vez hay menos recursos y hay que ser más eficientes en la forma en que lo utilizamos, ¿no? Y para mí, una de las maneras más eficientes es fomentar la cooperación sur-sur, aprovechar las herramientas que tenemos ahora para la virtualidad y demás, pero nunca deja estar de más el tema de la presencia física, ¿no? El poder ir a las instalaciones de una oficina de estadística y conocer de primera mano de quienes saben, de quienes han vivido y experimentado las mismas problemáticas, creo que no hay forma de valorar la relevancia que eso tiene. El otro reto creo que hay es documentar este conocimiento y lecciones aprendidas, ¿no? Muchas de estas cosas a veces se quedan en la cabeza no de una institución, sino de una persona, y creo que ahí es importante, insisto, ¿no? Yo digo que la metodología y las lecciones aprendidas son tan homogéneas en la comunidad estadística que hay que hacer un esfuerzo para que esto no se quede ahí, ¿no? O sea, de repente, con algunos de los veteranos de algunas de las primeras reuniones, ¿no? Hablamos de cosas que de repente dices, oye, pero esto no lo habíamos resuelto hace 15 años, no lo habíamos hablado ya, y vuelve. Entonces creo que es importante que la memoria no quede en la cabeza de un par de personas, sino que verdaderamente quede documentado. Creo que ahí el rol de la CEPAL es súper importante, ¿no? Ayer que veíamos la cantidad de publicaciones que tenían ahí de muestra, es una forma de mantener ese conocimiento. Creo que, como se decía en el caso del Caribe, también en el caso de América Latina, hay que fomentar el desarrollo de campeones, ¿no? O sea, donde hay, ¿no? Por ejemplo, el caso de Uruguay, Argentina, con el censo basado en web, pues bueno, hay que ver cómo podemos aprovechar y fomentar el desarrollo de esas capacidades en esos países para que luego se conviertan en el punto de entrada para con el resto de la región. Algunas de las cosas que se están dando con el DANE y el apoyo de costas de Corea, pues bueno, que sean estos el punto el pie de playa que luego permita que a través de la cooperación sur-sur esto llegue más allá de esos países. Y bueno, con esto termino. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, José Antonio. Paso la palabra directo a Carlos Federico Juncosa del Banco de Desarrollo para América Latina y el Caribe, la CAF. Tienes la palabra.
Ok, muchas gracias. Voy a tener una pequeña presentación. No sé si... Bueno, gracias por el espacio. Les voy a contar brevemente las experiencias de colaboración que tenemos con Oficinas Nacionales de Estadísticas. Y va a ser breve porque no hay en CAF. Entonces, un poquito voy a repasar qué es CAF y contarles por qué no hay. Y sin embargo, creemos que podemos ser un aliado súper relevante y con mucho apetito por asistir a los países de la región. CAF es un banco de desarrollo algo más joven, algo más pequeño. Es un banco de desarrollo puramente regional, donde no está en el board de países de Estados Unidos, de Canadá, sino está conformado específicamente por países de América Latina, y su germen está en proyectos de infraestructura física. Entonces, así nació, así creció, y recientemente somos un banco pequeño, pero con grandes ambiciones de crecer, y así lo refleja decisiones de los países que decidieron capitalizar y duplicar el capital del banco. Y eso implica un poco la responsabilidad y el mandato de duplicar la cartera y buscar nuevos espacios para apoyar a los países. Entonces, la misión del banco, que es compartida con quien me acompañan, es promover el desarrollo sostenible en la región a través de apoyo financiero, a través de asistencia técnica y a través de productos de conocimiento. Yo soy del área de conocimiento, entonces un poquito les voy a contar algunas experiencias más lindas y otras no tan gratas, como ustedes quienes tienen canas, sobre todo porque no se les cayó el pelo como a mí, ya habrán recolectado varios.
Y no hay buenos ejemplos.
No hay buenos ejemplos. Exacto. Y bueno, dentro del área de conocimiento en donde trabajo, aspiramos a cerrar brecha de conocimiento entre la academia y la gestión e implementación de políticas públicas, y además construir y recolectar evidencias para regiones y diseminarlas para aportar este bien público al que en esta mesa hay mucha experiencia y mucha institucionalidad, historia contribuyendo a ese objetivo. Entonces, voy a repasar unos breves ejemplos de iniciativas por las que hemos pasado. Un poco hemos empezado por el lado de mostrar casos de uso y puesta en valor de uso de datos administrativos y uso de datos no tradicionales para la política pública, y construir una institucionalidad alrededor de la implementación y adaptación de nuevas herramientas de análisis de datos avanzadas para el uso, puesta en valor, pero el uso además seguro y ético de todo eso. Entonces, brevemente, manos en la data, una experiencia de especialización de registros administrativos en Argentina, una experiencia algo fallida de Comnet, que ya les cuento en un momento, y al final voy a cerrar. Mi presentación es graciosa porque va exactamente al revés de lo que empezó con José Antonio, que empezó con todos los instrumentos que ellos tenían y los proyectos. La mía es más aspiracional, les cuento de las experiencias algo más modestas, y lo aspiracional, que es qué instrumentos les traemos a la mesa y proponemos que pueden tocar la puerta y recurrir a ellos. Entonces, un poco la experiencia de manos en la data, que es lo primero que les voy a contar, es una experiencia donde buscamos de nuevo en esta agenda de tratar de poner de la puesta en valor de datos, de registros de datos no tradicionales para la política pública. Sabemos que los datos estructurados han servido siempre un rol muy importante, sobre todo en la evaluación de políticas, pero hay un surgimiento muy grande de datos no estructurados y datos de fuentes administrativas que pueden contribuir a este ciclo de política pública, de diseño, implementación y evaluación ex post, pero sobre todo en estos primeros dos componentes de diseño, diagnóstico y diseño de políticas, e implementación y monitoreo, en particular porque el tipo de preguntas que aparecen en esas dos etapas del ciclo de política pública son más de tipo predictivo, en donde son procesos intensivos en datos, y estos datos vienen a aliviar esa barrera de disponibilidad de datos. Entonces, el potencial de los datos no convencionales para la política pública es bien conocido, y no voy a ahondar en eso, y tampoco voy a ahondar mucho en las barreras que ya se han mencionado, y en particular en el panel de ayer de macrodatos que comentó el Hub de Naciones Unidas. ahí las barreras que están identificadas son comunes. Dentro de los estados tienen cierta inercia y por lo tanto les ha costado conseguir recursos humanos especializados para aplicar analítica de datos un poco más moderna a la política pública. Hay problemas de gobernanza de datos, hay problemas de que prioridades de política pública y urgencias que pueden dejar de relegado estos objetivos que son ambiciosos y súper útiles, pero que ciclos de política pública cortos y otras urgencias dejan rezagados. Y hay esto detectamos como importante también, son diferencias culturales y lingüísticas entre la gente que está haciendo ciencia de datos, machine learning, analytics, todos los términos marketineros que comentó José Antonio, y la gente que son efectores de política pública tradicional, el funcionario que ha pasado a través de administraciones y que está en la primera línea de la implementación de política pública. Entonces, lo que imaginamos es levantar alguna de esas barreras con un acuerdo, con una alianza tripartita donde estamos nosotros, CAF, como ente regional, y dentro de los países de cada país y experiencias locales, una agencia de evaluación y monitoreo de política pública que nos trae el contacto con la política pública de primera mano, y una agencia de transferencia tecnológica que está entre medio de universidades e industria, y por ende conoce muy bien el potencial de las herramientas y cómo se aplican a problemas de distinto tipo, pero no están tan cerca del tipo de problemas que aparecen en la política pública. Entonces, ¿cómo aspiramos a levantar estas barreras? Respecto del capital humano, contratamos nosotros recursos humanos y tratamos de tentarlos para hacer el matchmaking para problemas de procesamiento de imagen. Vamos a buscar a alguien en la industria o en la academia que tenga algún interés en política pública, y lo contratamos nosotros. En temas de gobernanza de datos, acercamos a los países los mejores estándares y prácticas para el uso seguro de datos, y les brindamos estas herramientas que ya se están estandarizando, como acuerdos de confidencialidad y sobre todo procesamiento in-house de los datos para eliminar esa barrera difícil de abrir los datos hacia fuera del Estado. La barrera de tiempos, lo que aspiramos con esta iniciativa es hacer proyectos muy cortos, como minimum viable products, o sea, hacer algo rápido y sucio de que muestra el valor de que esta solución aplica sobre estos datos para esta respuesta de política. Y la barrera lingüística y de cultura, creemos que ahí nosotros desde CAF actuamos como facilitadores desde el área de conocimiento, estudiamos políticas públicas permanentemente y a la vez conocemos el tipo de herramientas que se están desarrollando y tratamos de actuar de facilitadores entre esos dos. Bueno, hemos tenido hasta ahora 3 experiencias, una en Argentina, una en Colombia y una en Uruguay, y ahí un poco los aliados en Argentina fue Fundación Sadowski y Siempro, que es el Instituto de Evaluación y Monitoreo de Argentina. En Colombia está la institucionalidad de la ANP, que tiene ese rol de articular con todos los ministerios, que facilitó ese trabajo en una única agencia. Y en el caso de Uruguay, con XII, la agencia de monitoreo y de la estrategia de datos de Uruguay, y ICT4B, que viene del lado de la transferencia tecnológica. No voy a ahondar mucho en el tipo de proyectos. Después, este es otro proyecto que les quiero contar de espacialización del registro de seguridad social, en el que ahí lo hicimos nuevamente con recursos propios. Muchas de estas barreras aparecen por cierta inercia y montones de rezagos en los procesos de contrataciones, en lograr presupuestos. Acá dijimos, bueno, vamos a contar con recursos propios para hacer esta tarea, que nos acercamos al Observatorio de Empleo y Dinámica Empresarial de Argentina, del Ministerio de Trabajo. Ellos son los administradores de una base de datos de registro de seguridad social que está vinculada de empleado a empleador y que, importante, tiene datos de direcciones, de firmas y de trabajadores en texto abierto. Entonces, direcciones, buenísimo, texto abierto, qué problema. Entonces, ahí con recursos propios nos metimos manos a la obra a trabajar con esos datos, limpiarlos y georreferenciar 1.8 millones de establecimientos productivos que estaban en esa base. Bueno, es un trabajo arduo, no es nada extremadamente sofisticado, pero hay que meterle recursos y tiempo, pero abre un abanico grande de tipo de problemas y preguntas que se pueden tratar de resolver. Entonces, y por ejemplo, para el área de Buenos Aires, área metropolitana de Buenos Aires, así luce la distribución espacial de los establecimientos productivos. Lo lindo de esta base es que no son empresas, tipo un gran supermercado que te dice dónde están los headquarters, sino cada establecimiento productivo. Entonces te informa mucho sobre los patrones de movilidad y dónde está la gente, qué tipo de gente va a qué empleos. Entonces, en particular, bueno, esto para mostrar un poquito cómo también te permite ver los descriptores de sectores y tipo de ocupaciones, te permiten ver patrones espaciales en la dispersión de sectorial o la dispersión de ocupaciones, la dispersión de la demanda de habilidades que tiene la ciudad, que es súper interesante. En particular para el COVID, esto fue útil para la emergencia del COVID, donde dijimos, bueno, con esta base de registro ya está facilizada, teníamos mandatos de restricciones de movilidad fuertes y dijimos, bueno, ¿qué va a pasar cuando esto no puede durar para siempre? Esto fue muy incipiente, esto fue en las 2 semanas donde estaba todo el mundo encerrado en sus casas, trabajando por internet, decíamos, bueno, ¿qué va a pasar cuando se empiece a abrir esto? Y dado que los registros te indican la ocupación y sector, se puede, y dónde vive la gente, y dónde trabaja, se puede modelar cómo eran los patrones de movilidad de esa persona a medida que se fueran levantando las restricciones de movilidad, porque incluso tenían los horarios habituales de operación que están reglados por acuerdos sindicales, a qué hora entran los trabajadores, a qué hora salen, dónde viven, dónde trabajan. O sea, realmente es solo un ejemplo concreto, no muy sofisticado, pero que abre una gama enorme de abanico de posibilidades de qué tipo de preguntas se pueden responder y problemas de política pública, como demostró esta instancia particular. Esto era como dinámico, mostraba a distintas horas a distintas horas del día cómo se va moviendo la gente hacia y afuera del centro de Buenos Aires. Entonces, una experiencia fallida que tuvimos es tratar de extender esta iniciativa de la Unión Europea que se llama COMNET, que es para el estudio es la red de estudios de competitividad de la Unión Europea. Ellos, a través del procesamiento de registros administrativos, les llevan una serie de rutinas estandarizadas que aplicar sobre los registros administrativos de empresas, de las superintendencias de seguros, de comercio exterior, y produce una batería de indicadores con el mejor estándar académico, que permite además comparabilidad entre países y dentro de un país a través del tiempo, y permite de nuevo un nuevo abanico de preguntas que se pueden responder. Y el estudio comparado de mirar un país bajo el lente de cómo lo están haciendo los pares. Bueno, ahí la experiencia fue un poco menos grata porque consistía en hacer de nexo regional con Comnet Europa, y nosotros tratar de hacer el vínculo con cada una de las oficinas eran sobre todo los ministerios de economía de los países, y tuvimos contacto con México, con Colombia y con Perú, y bueno, ahí se revela la barrera usual de que para poner en práctica esto hace falta gente que se ponga con esas rutinas sobre las bases de datos, resuelva problemas de implementación y después problemas legales que suelen aparecer, decir, ok, pero ¿cómo me aseguro que esto que está saliendo de acá en una caja que cuando me la traes es una caja negra, a pesar de que es una rutina que uno la puede mirar y abrir y está abierta, hay que entenderla y hay que convencer a quienes tienen que poner la firma de que está en esa rutina. Así que se imaginan lo costoso que es eso. Pero también desde CAF, en una instancia donde todas las condiciones estaban dadas, nos encontramos nosotros con barreras de que no podíamos firmar una cosa tripartita para mediar con México, que estaban ya todo pronto para la implementación. O sea que, digo, no está toda la culpa del lado de los estados, sino que son problemas que realmente aparecen y que no obstante ello, creo que vale la pena seguir luchando para tratar de resolver estas barreras que existen desde siempre, ¿no? Entonces hay otra serie de iniciativas de CAP que ha tenido en promover el uso responsable, mostrar el valor, pero además promover el uso responsable de herramientas de análisis de datos más modernas, y apuntaron a construir institucionalidad y a construir conocimiento de cuáles son las mejores prácticas y construir institucionalidad dentro de los países, de establecer frameworks para abrir los datos, qué tipo de usos se pueden hacer con cierto tipo de datos, que el ciudadano le da el mandato al Estado de que esos datos son para ciertos usos y sobre todo que le mejore la calidad de vida, y eso es el marco general que tienen estos frameworks de uso ético de los datos. Y hay una batería de proyectos de iniciativas alrededor de los países de la región, no voy a repasar todos, pero han sido varias y nos parece un primer paso modesto para posibilitar que esos datos se usen de la manera correcta y se les saque el valor que prometen. Paso un poquito rápido. Instancias en Argentina, Brasil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, República Dominicana, México, Panamá, Perú y Uruguay. Bien, y de hecho hay en una alianza conjunta de CAF con UNESCO, hay un consejo, se estableció un consejo regional de inteligencia artificial para América Latina y el Caribe, y el lanzamiento será aquí en Santiago hacia fines de este mes. Entonces, acá la parte aspiracional, el instrumento de políticas estándar de un banco de un banco de desarrollo son cooperaciones técnicas, préstamos e inversiones del sector privado. Entonces, acá hemos tenido algo de avance en asistencia técnica y sobre todo producción de conocimiento, donde nos pusimos con manos a la obra a trabajar estos datos y mostrar el uso de estas cosas. Tenemos recursos, tenemos cooperaciones técnicas que pueden o no estar vinculadas a una operación de crédito posterior. Algunas pueden ser regionales o pueden ser a nivel de países, y bueno, cada país, como sabrán quienes se sientan en el directorio de CAF, cada país tiene una cuota que puede destinar a usos alternativos. Entonces, más bien son las decisiones de los países las que definen cómo ejecutar esa cuota. Quizá el rol de los cines sea convencer a quien define la importancia de este ámbito de políticas, de destinar algo de estos recursos para construir institucionalidad alrededor de los datos. Y también hay préstamos, ya sea para que podría ser ya sea para la generación de datos, como un censo, la estructura, para infraestructura, que es donde CAF se siente más cómodo, infraestructura de datos, o sea, qué tipo de recursos se necesitan para que el uso de datos sea seguro y sea eficiente a la vez. Y por último, alianzas multipartistas donde ahí se pueden dar la mano los muchachos de la mesa y contribuir con financiaciones para proyectos más ambiciosos. Bueno, eso es un poquito lo que tenía para contarles. Como les dije en un principio, es aspiracional, pero estamos acá y a disposición, y creemos que tenemos la flexibilidad y la capacidad de respuesta a las necesidades que tengan los países. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Federico, Carlos, y seguramente vamos a apoyarte con esa aspiración para que la tengas, poder organizar algunas cosas que podamos. De entrada ya tenemos una ahí planteada, te lo vamos a hacer bien. Hugo, tienes la palabra.
Gracias,
por Banco Mundial.
Gracias, colegas. Es un gusto estar aquí y quiero comenzar subrayando justamente lo que trajiste a la mesa al inicio, José Antonio, que es la importancia de colaborar, la importancia de trabajar juntos. Los problemas del desarrollo son tan multidimensionales y necesitan un enfoque tan multidisciplinario que resulta que cae por su propio peso la necesidad de trabajar juntos. Entonces, hagamos eso, trabajemos juntos. Tenemos historias de éxito y eso es muy lindo también de subrayar. Tenemos historias de éxito, reavivémoslas, hagamos nuevas historias de éxito para este tema que nos entusiasma tanto, en el que tanto queremos trabajar todos, ¿no? Entonces, me presento, soy Hugo Ñopo, especialista de de pobreza y equidad en el Banco Mundial, y les voy a presentar qué es lo que tenemos desde nuestra práctica de pobreza y equidad en el Banco Mundial. Primero, ¿quiénes somos y qué hacemos? Somos un equipo nuevamente multidisciplinario de microeconomistas aplicados, estadísticos, científicos sociales y científicos del comportamiento. ¿Y qué es lo que hacemos? Brindamos apoyo operativo y asesoramiento para especialmente velar por la reducción de la pobreza y desigualdad en forma sostenible. ¿Cómo? A través de políticas y programas que nuestros gobiernos llevan adelante. Entonces, nuestra función central y fundamentalmente está orientada a garantizar la sostenibilidad de esas inversiones que nuestros gobiernos hacen, y a ellos vamos dirigidos, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cuál es nuestro objetivo? En el gran paraguas, nuestro objetivo es mejorar las vidas de las personas. En particular, en este caso, dado que estamos en América Latina y el Caribe, mejorar la vida de los latinoamericanos y los caribeños. Siendo ese el objetivo central y fundamental, el de más grande alcance, nosotros, desde la práctica de pobreza y equidad y desde nuestro mandato de hacer la curaduría de datos, nos encargamos fundamentalmente de convertir la data y el análisis en mejores estándares de vida y mejores oportunidades para todos. Ese es nuestro mandato, esa es nuestra función. Para ello desarrollamos herramientas, diversas herramientas, técnicas y modelos de asistencia para fortalecer a sus sistemas estadísticos, todos los sistemas estadísticos de los países y a nivel global. Entonces tenemos una caja de herramientas diversa y que ya ha probado ser de diversa utilidad en múltiples settings que vamos a ir más adelante. Apoyamos el diagnóstico de los sistemas estadísticos, apoyamos en el levantamiento y en la difusión de los datos, además apoyamos en la formación de las políticas públicas. Aquí algunas de las herramientas, algunos de los temas, probablemente no todos ven los títulos que están aquí. Esto es porque algunos de estos títulos son unos hipervínculos, y entonces aquí viene una nota al pie de página que les quiero comentar. Esta presentación está muy rica en hipervínculos, muchos recursos que van a ser de utilidad para todos ustedes. Esta presentación se va a subir a la página web del encuentro de la CEA, y entonces yo los invito a que visiten esta presentación y den clic en cada uno de estos hipervínculos para que vean ya con mucho más detalle qué es lo que tenemos para ustedes en el marco de la hipnos, verde y todos los instrumentos que existen en estas herramientas que sirven para hacer diagnóstico a los sistemas estadísticos nacionales. Quiero repetir, son herramientas que ya han sido probadas en diversos países, tanto dentro como fuera de la región, y entonces se actualizan continuamente para hacer evaluaciones organizacionales en el marco de diversos pilares y diversas dimensiones en las que queremos medir cómo está funcionando cada una de nuestras oficinas estadísticas y cuál es el espacio para la mejora en cada una de ellas. En general, en el marco institucional y en particular ahora, dadas las urgencias del momento, en preguntarnos hasta qué punto nuestras oficinas nacionales de estadística están listas para los retos de las economías verdes y los retos del cambio climático. Entonces, todas estas son unas herramientas de diagnóstico que tenemos para ustedes. También tenemos apoyo en el levantamiento y la difusión de datos, tanto con plataformas tecnológicas como el Survey Solutions que tenemos en el Banco Mundial, que es un software gratuito que pueden bajar todos ustedes de la página del banco para ir con ellos al campo a hacer levantamiento de información. También desarrollamos mapas de pobreza con la combinación de las técnicas que usan censos, más usan encuestas, el Land Youth, el Hey Ferrier, toda la tecnología detrás de esta construcción de los mapas de pobreza la tenemos disponible para ustedes. Tenemos herramientas también de software libre que permite documentar los microdatos. Se estaba discutiendo tanto el martes como el miércoles los esfuerzos por documentar los microdatos. Pues en el banco tenemos herramientas que permiten hacer esto directamente. Para las economías más pequeñas, donde las muestras resultan ser muy pequeñas y las preguntas acerca de las anonimizaciones de datos resultan ser de gran relevancia, también tenemos herramientas que permiten hacer esa anonimización de los datos. Entonces aquí el catálogo de recursos para ustedes. Pero como también tenemos, así como tenemos recursos para ustedes, los institutos de estadística de la región, tenemos recursos para el público general. También tenemos portales de difusión de microdatos. Tenemos el ECLAC Equity Lab, tenemos el Poverty and Inequality Platform. El primero enfocado en América Latina y el Caribe, el segundo ya de alcance global, donde tenemos una serie de visualizaciones en tabletas que nos permiten hacer comparaciones entre países, en el tiempo, de diversos indicadores que tienen que ver con esto que nos convoca en el particular caso de mi unidad, la pobreza y la equidad. Y además desarrollamos estudios, además movemos la frontera del conocimiento. Mis colegas en la unidad en particular, estamos con los colegas en la unidad en particular, estamos trabajando en 2 estudios que hoy quiero poner aquí en la palestra, subrayar, pero hay una lista mucho más grande de estudios en las que estamos involucrados. El primero es el esfuerzo por tratar de monitorear la pobreza en tiempo real. En este nuevo entorno, en esta nueva época del Big Data, pues tenemos que ser capaces de monitorear la data, monitorear la pobreza y la equidad con una frecuencia mucho más dinámica que la anual. Y eso se puede gracias al uso de múltiples fuentes de datos, gracias al uso de desarrollo de algunas de las técnicas que ya han sido enunciadas aquí, que nos van a permitir establecer relaciones entre las diversas fuentes de datos y construir información y conocimiento a partir de esas múltiples fuentes de datos para tener un mejor monitoreo en tiempo real, por un lado, pero también en pequeñas unidades territoriales, ¿no? Avanzar en ambas dimensiones para permitir tener una mejor mirada a la pobreza en general. Ese es uno. Otro estudio en el que estamos embarcados en este momento es el de comprender qué es lo que está pasando con las clases medias de nuestras regiones. Nosotros hemos vivido ya una década muy interesante en reducción de la pobreza. De hecho, la primera de este siglo, entre el 2000 y el 2010, la gran mayoría de nuestros países redujeron sus pobrezas a la mitad. Digamos, a grosso modo, de unas tasas que estaban alrededor del 40% a otras tasas que hoy están alrededor del 20%. Y gran parte de esos hogares que salieron de la pobreza llegaron a unos segmentos vulnerables o de clases medias que están ahí. Ya la segunda década de este siglo en el que estamos ha sido una década de estancamiento, donde la reducción en la pobreza casi no se movió. Y luego llegó la pandemia, trayendo nuevos retos, aumentos en la pobreza en muchos de estos lugares. Y entonces la pregunta es, ¿cómo podríamos retomar la senda de reducción de pobreza que ya tuvimos en algún momento? Nuevamente, ¿cómo reeditar éxitos pasados? ¿Qué es lo que se tiene que hacer? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando hoy con esa clase media que está estancada y no consigue avanzar en general? ¿Cómo podríamos evitar sus vulnerabilidades? Preguntas de ese tipo son las que estamos tratando de responder en este estudio. Continúo porque, como les cuento, tenemos bastante material aquí. Y entonces, además de los estudios, tenemos instituciones, grupos de trabajo dentro del banco que están organizados alrededor de apoyo a la formación de políticas públicas. Tenemos un grupo de trabajo que hace estudios conductuales para entender el comportamiento de las personas, de los latinoamericanos en particular, para saber cómo podríamos empujarlos, cómo podríamos inducirlos a mejores comportamientos para que tengan mejores ingresos, mejores condiciones de salud, mejores condiciones educativas y en general puedan reducir su pobreza y mejorar sus condiciones de vida en general. Además, hacemos monitoreo y evaluación de programas sociales con las técnicas de avanzada que seguramente ya todos conocen, grupos de control, grupos de tratamiento, hacemos seguimiento a todas las muestras con los estándares dorados con los que hay que hacer estas evaluaciones para informar a la política pública, para informarles acerca de qué funciona y qué no funciona para poder hacer correcciones sobre la marcha y en el momento. Y entonces tenemos los instrumentos financieros, los préstamos y los apoyos no reembolsables que el banco ofrece a los países. Tenemos financiamiento en políticas de desarrollo, los famosos DPF en el Banco Mundial o los famosos PBL en el BID. Son instrumentos que también existen en el CAF. Herramientas que permiten una flexibilidad interesante para los países para usar los recursos basados en resultados que deberían conseguirse, resultados de políticas que podrían conseguirse. Esto se parece al tercer elemento que está en esta lista, el financiamiento de programas por resultados, que también tiene estas flexibilidades, pero ya no se financian el desarrollo de políticas como en el primero, sino que se financian el desarrollo de resultados, un margen diferente de flexibilidad que ofrece el banco también para diversos instrumentos que pueden utilizar los países. Ya la línea del medio, el bloque del medio, son los instrumentos de inversión directa en la institución con el típico programa de apoyo a políticas concretas de desarrollo en las instituciones, que se pueden desarrollar en varios de sus oficinas nacionales de estadística. Y de hecho, como viene en la sección siguiente, tenemos algunos ejemplos concretos de casos que hemos avanzado en algunos de sus países, de nuestros países. Tenemos más instrumentos, los famosos RAS, donde podemos actuar como oficinas de consultoría, oficinas de expertos. La cantidad de expertos que tiene el Banco Mundial también es importante. Somos una institución con 10.000 funcionarios. De ellos varios son expertos que mueven la frontera del conocimiento en diversas áreas y estamos aquí para apoyarles decididamente en lo que se requiera. Esos expertos pueden ponerse a disposición de todos los países a través de instrumentos como estos servicios de asesoría reembolsables, RAS, cuando ustedes lo requieran. Y también podemos traer expertise de diversas partes del mundo. De repente hay cosas que funcionaron en Senegal o de repente hay cosas que funcionaron en Sri Lanka y podemos traerlas a América Latina y entonces respondernos siempre la pregunta de los do's y los don'ts, el qué hacer y el qué no hacer. Hay que reeditar los éxitos, pero también hay que evitar los fracasos previos. Los fracasos previos sirven también para poder avanzar hacia adelante sin equivocarnos más de una vez. Entonces, estos son los instrumentos que tenemos. Sé que estamos ya muy apretados del tiempo. Aquí tengo algunos ejemplos de operaciones que hemos tenido de préstamo en Colombia, también con el DNP, en Ecuador, el apoyo que tuvimos para el censo, en Argentina también, vinculando de manera bastante interesante el sistema de salud con la toma de estadísticas. Yo dejo esto aquí, quiero insistir, para su revisión futura. Ustedes pueden bajar esta presentación y revisar los detalles que aquí tuvieran. Entonces, también nos ponemos a disposición. Somos aquí algunos de los colegas de la práctica de pobreza y equidad para América Latina. Somos un equipo mucho más amplio, pero somos mis colegas Carolina Mejía, Alejandro Medina y quien les habla y quien les sirve, dispuestos aquí a trabajar con ustedes. Escríbanos, llámenos, estamos muy felices de participar. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias por las tres excelentes presentaciones. Abrimos la mesa para comentarios. México tiene levantó la fa. Bueno.
Muchas gracias, Rolando. Primero decir que pues las presentaciones muy interesantes y sobre todo tener a las tres instituciones acá pues es inusual, ¿no? Digamos, entonces pues es una muy buena iniciativa tenerlas acá. A mí me gustaría poner en la mesa tres temas. Por una parte, con el BIF, ya se lo había comentado a José Antonio, acá lo reitero, le hemos dado seguimiento a la encuesta. Todas las direcciones generales del instituto presentaron qué acciones tomaron una vez que conocieron los resultados, ¿no? Ya hemos terminado esa ronda y quisiéramos pues presentar ahora, ¿no? cómo se recibió y tener una conversación con ustedes y poder plantear una encuesta pues a lo mejor a más profundidad en algunos aspectos que nos interesa y que hemos pues notado a partir de lo que recibimos en ese ejercicio. Con el CAF decir que hemos estado trabajando, tuvimos a representantes de la unidad de género en nuestro encuentro internacional de estadísticas de género en el mes de septiembre, a principios de septiembre, en la ciudad de Aguascalientes, y pues estamos planteando una alianza de largo plazo, incluyendo pues la presencia ya clara del CAF. Ahora estuvieron en la relatoría de 2 de los paneles que organizó el INEGI, pero queremos una presencia más importante en términos de estadísticas de género, y siendo el encuentro pues una institución, digamos, en la región, que nos acompañen el próximo año. Estamos ya haciendo pues las reuniones al respecto, ¿no? Pero creo que lo que acá se ha presentado pues abre otros caminos para la colaboración. Y finalmente con el Banco Mundial pues estamos trabajando. Hace un par de días recibí un correo de Luis Felipe López Calva justamente para que compartamos microdatos para el tema de la medición en tiempo real de la pobreza. Queremos nosotros ahí sentarnos con ustedes porque nosotros hemos hecho una aproximación distinta y tal vez valga la pena desde modelos de indicadores adelantados. Entonces justamente pues estamos en esa conversación, pero creo que hay otros muchos aspectos que el INEGI y el banco podrían tener esta conversación. Así es que pronto estaremos escribiéndoles desde distintas áreas del instituto. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias al INEGI de México. Panamá.
Gracias. Sí, no, muchas gracias, presidente. Igualmente quiero agradecer la presentación de José Antonio Mejía por el BID, Carlos Federico Juncosa por CAF y Hugo Ñopo por el Banco Mundial. Yo creo que comparto con México que no es fácil tenerlos juntos y poder escuchar de ustedes todo el trabajo que hacen por nuestros países. En el caso del BID, bueno, nosotros hemos venido trabajando con el BID, sobre todo en el tema de las estadísticas vitales. Hicimos un ejercicio muy interesante. Estamos muy interesados en estos proyectos regionales, sobre todo en el tema de las estadísticas ambientales y que presentaste acá. Habría que ver cómo podemos insertarnos en esas dinámicas y ahí, bueno, tendré después contigo una conversación para ver. En el caso del CAF, bueno, siempre nosotros sabemos que nuestro país ha estado muy vinculado en muchos proyectos de tecnologías con CAF y con el Banco Mundial. Hemos compartido la base de datos XII precisamente para trabajar en estos mapas ya con el equipo de Hugo y bueno, esto también seguimos conversando sobre estos temas más a futuro, pero queremos agradecerle a estos 3 bancos o organizaciones que nos apoyan en muchos de nuestros proyectos a nivel de América Latina y en particular para Panamá. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Panamá. Colombia.
Mil gracias, Rolando. En efecto, es difícil tener a los 3 y gracias por los detalles que han brindado. Creo que hay un punto que es muy importante poner en consideración y lo mencionaba tanto José Antonio como Hugo, y es la importancia de colaborar. Creo que hemos visto un poco lo que es la oferta institucional con la cual cuentan cada uno de sus bancos, pero también es importante conocer y tener los detalles del papel del banco como un usuario especializado que también solicita datos a las oficinas nacionales de estadística y que en ocasiones lleva a que se desaten procesos de cooperación, ¿sí? Sin embargo, desde Colombia hemos identificado la importancia de fortalecer la relación con el Banco Mundial, tanto como la sede como en su oficina en Bogotá, para entender, digamos, cuáles son esos requerimientos y que sean como estos procesos más colaborativos donde se mapean las necesidades y se alinean. Entendemos la importancia de generar esos indicadores, pero también es importante entender cuáles son los posibles desafíos que podemos tener como oficina estadística para producirlos. También es importante resaltar que también ustedes establecen las agendas sobre las cuales se empieza a desarrollar la capacidad estadística en algunos elementos sectoriales y que siempre se están dando como esos puntos donde entran. Particularmente hemos estado gratamente sorprendidos por el enfoque que tiene el Fondo Monetario Internacional ahora, centrándose en más temas de cambio climático, que es esencial para lo que hacemos nosotros acá. Entonces también muy bueno conocer la CAF, porque creo que no lo conocíamos, habíamos intentado algunos acercamientos. Bueno que estén trabajando con el Departamento de Planeación y nos gustaría poder conversar un poco más para entender cuál es el rol que ustedes quieren y cómo ven también ese papel de las oficinas de estadística. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Perú.
Gracias. En primer lugar, quiero agradecer por las 3 presentaciones. Y en relación al BID, quiero comentar muy parecido a México, que esa encuesta para evaluar las capacidades de las oficinas de estadística nos ha servido mucho y hemos tenido que hacer una acción de capacitar gratuitamente a todos nuestros funcionarios de tal forma que permita fortalecer las capacidades. Y creo que también de una u otra forma le pediría a José Antonio ver la posibilidad de ejecutar otra encuesta para ver si estamos por el camino correcto. De igual forma, con el BID vamos a tratar de explorar algunos aspectos vinculados para fortalecer la institucionalidad del INEI de Perú. Y en el caso del Banco Mundial, el Banco Mundial siempre nos ha apoyado con los cálculos de pobreza, y ahora que estamos en el proceso de buscar consensos para calcular pobreza multidimensional, estamos teniendo el apoyo permanente del Banco Mundial dentro de la Comisión Consultiva, porque en Perú el INEI calcula conjuntamente con la sociedad civil y organismos internacionales la pobreza multidimensional, la pobreza monetaria, y también en el proceso de transición a pobreza multidimensional. Y en relación a algo que vi de calcular algunos elementos vinculados a pobreza de un plazo más corto, yo le pediría a Hugo si podemos hacer unos pilotos o podemos hacer algunos estadística experimental para ver si la información que disponemos en el sistema estadístico peruano se podría afianzar para hacer estos ejercicios. Gracias. Coordinamos, Hugo, internamente. Muchas gracias.
Perú, Costa Rica.
Bueno, primero muchas gracias por las presentaciones y tal vez yo quería hacer solo un comentario general un poco en la línea que mencionaba José Antonio Mejía. Creo que como comunidad estadística hacemos esfuerzos en los grupos de trabajo por hacer diagnósticos, hacer evaluaciones de ciertos temas específicos. De ahí salen resultados o salen recomendaciones de cosas que los diferentes países debemos implementar o aplicar buenas prácticas en nuestra producción estadística. Y creo que es un insumo muy valioso de tomar de referencia, porque el hecho de que se haga ese diagnóstico y se diga qué tenemos que hacer no implica que todos los países tengamos los recursos para poder implementar esas buenas prácticas. Creo que esos son trabajos, insumos valiosos para poder hacer alianzas de cooperación y poder financiar esos avances de buenas prácticas en la producción estadística de diferentes países. Creo que necesidades hay muchas, ¿verdad? Y cada país pues tiene sus particularidades, pero creo que este esfuerzo que se hace en los grupos de trabajo de la CEA da insumos importantes para direccionar estas tareas.
Muchas gracias, Costa Rica. No veo más países. México, ¿tienes? La FAO.
Sí, gracias, Rolando. Gracias a todos los 3 presentadores. Algunos comentarios cortos en respecto a la población de varios países en préstamos por sus censos de población y vivienda. Yo sé que en algunos casos hay también los censos agropecuarios incluidos, y obviamente la FAO, nosotros estamos listos y dispuestos para apoyar en lo que requiere en la preparación o implementación de sus censos agropecuarios. En respecto a la presentación del Banco Mundial, antes de todo, quiero mencionar solamente que nosotros aprovechamos muchísimo sus herramientas como Survey Solutions en todos los países en los que estamos apoyando los censos, pero también en cosas agropecuarias. Nosotros siempre promovimos esa herramienta, que yo personalmente considero la mejor herramienta de CAPI en el mercado, y tenemos muchísima experiencia en esa aplicación. Yo quisiera mencionar también en otra iniciativa del Banco Mundial de la FAO, 50 por 2030, que lamentablemente hasta ahora la región no podía aprovechar, porque hay como 5 países en la región, Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, Haití y Bolivia, que cumplen los requisitos, que son países de bajos ingresos o medio bajos, y yo personalmente apoyé todos los 5 países en postularse en la iniciativa. En algunos casos, también en la primera ronda, la Banco Mundial, equipo de 50 por 2030, publicó un artículo diciendo que 3 de esos países fueron aceptados, pero después no escuchamos nada. Y yo entendí que hay ciertos temas con los donantes que están financiando un proyecto, pero yo quiero solamente plantear que en ese caso de 50 por 2030 es algo sumamente importante, porque esos países como Nicaragua, Honduras, Haití, Bolivia no tienen encuestas agropecuarias, entonces significa que no tienen información muy relevante sobre las poblaciones rurales, producción agropecuaria, y ese proyecto realmente podría apoyar la región de manera muy importante a cerrar esa brecha de datos en el sector agropecuario. Entonces, solamente quiero comentar eso, que esperamos que de una manera la región podría beneficiar de ese proyecto de 50 por 2030 manejado por el Banco Mundial, también con la FAO Nafira, pero la Banco Mundial que está liderando toda la gestión del proyecto. Nada más, muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Fabo. Voy a relevar a Rolando en estos últimos minutos. Freddy, Global Partnership.
Gracias, voy a ser muy corto. Muchísimas gracias por las presentaciones. Creo que ese ejercicio de ver la banca multilateral cómo está contribuyendo desde la Global Partnership, incluso hemos tenido la oportunidad de trabajar con los 3, con el BID, con el Banco Mundial, con la CAF en menor proporción. Pero aprovecho un poco para echar la cuña de lo que va a ser el Festival de Datos, donde incluso va a estar el Banco Mundial contribuyendo, donde va a estar el BID también con una contribución, una serie de sesiones, ambos. La CAF hasta el momento no está involucrado en este proceso, pero también, Carlos, puede servir como motivación, dado que va a ser en Uruguay, va a ser en Punta del Este, para que otros sectores desde la CAF puedan enterarse del tema de datos y estadísticas que fuertemente se van a discutir allá en Punta del Este. Gracias.
Gracias. Yo aprovecho de agregar una última pregunta, un poco naif tal vez, pero tomando lo que planteaba José Antonio al inicio, ¿verdad? Este antecedente del programa MECOVI. ¿Qué tan viable es en esta época, digamos, 20 y tantos años después, pensar en que se podría hacer un programa de ese estilo, como un big push hacia algún tema específico estadístico juntando distintos donantes? Tengo un tema que es muy claro, no sé, es el de los registros administrativos. Pese a que ya hay iniciativas, mucho de lo que pueden hacer las oficinas de estadística depende a su vez de la sistematización de esos registros por parte de las entidades que los producen, que los recopilan. Entonces, hay un ámbito ahí donde uno puede realmente impulsar mucho esto y dar un paso adelante. No sé en qué orden quisieran responder, orden inverso a las presentaciones, tal vez. Luego Carlos.
Bueno, no, yo agradezco los comentarios, agradezco todos los comentarios, hay mucho entusiasmo, hay muchas ganas de colaborar, y me quedo con tu última pregunta. Entonces, si es que sabemos que hay éxitos pasados y queremos reeditarlos, de lo que se trata es simplemente de hacer un copy-paste y tratar de avanzar. No, hay que adaptarnos a las nuevas realidades, ¿no? ¿Qué demandan estas nuevas realidades? ¿Dónde están los espacios de colaboración más importantes? Pues todavía es una tarea a descubrir. ¿Y cuál es el proceso para descubrir esa tarea, para descubrir esos puntos de colaboración? Pues trabajando juntos, echándonos al mar, todos a navegar juntos y a tratar de aportar a los países a que construyamos mejores sistemas estadísticos juntos.
Gracias, Hugo. Carlos.
Ok. El colega de Colombia, entiendo que hacía un comentario sobre cómo los bancos los multilaterales juegan un rol cuando ponen estos temas en sus agendas. Yo quería destacar un aspecto de ese proceso, que es que la multilateral pone los temas en agenda muy en respuesta a que los países están poniendo estos temas en agenda. Entonces es un camino mutuo. Quizá hay países que avanzan a distintos ritmos y la multilateral tiene algún rol de coordinación y de difundir agendas, pero quiero destacar el rol que tienen los propios países y los institutos de estadística de plantear las agendas ellos mismos, como en la práctica está pasando con las agendas de género, con las agendas ambientales, que en algunos casos por demanda de los países los jugadores internacionales reaccionan a esas demandas. Es decir, y sobre todo lo digo porque desde la óptica de acá siempre chicaneamos, es un término un argentinismo, perdón, chicaneamos con que no somos nosotros quienes le planteamos agenda a los países, sino que somos los que les proponemos soluciones a las agendas que los países plantean, y obviamente colaboramos en la difusión y en la coordinación sobre agendas sobre las que la humanidad tiene consenso, eso no hay ninguna duda, pero sobre todo apoyamos a los países en los que los países consideran que son su proceso de desarrollo, el proceso de desarrollo que deben seguir.
Gracias. Sí, muchas gracias también. José Antonio.
Gracias. No, sobre el tema de la encuesta, no, muchísimas gracias por la receptividad que hubo para la aplicación y para su utilización como una herramienta para mejorar la gestión en la Oficina Nacional de Estadística. Ahí yo creo que vamos a buscar, Graciela, algún momento para poder tener esta retroalimentación y poder ver la manera en que en particular el INEGI ha aplicado, y habrá que ver si podemos también ver con otros países y tener algún tipo de foro que nos permita intercambiar estas experiencias, ¿no? Porque yo creo que intercambiamos muchas experiencias sobre las funciones de las oficinas de estadística. Tenemos que también trabajar en intercambiar experiencias sobre el funcionamiento de las oficinas nacionales de estadística, y la gestión de recursos humanos es un elemento clave. Y finalmente finalmente, en segundo lugar, sobre cuándo estamos buscando en qué momento se podrá aplicar una segunda ronda. No, ya estamos a 1 año y medio de la aplicación de la primera, buscando los recursos para poder hacerlo de nuevo, porque es cierto, o sea, una observación es un punto en el espacio, 2 ya es una tendencia y podemos tener más elementos para tomar decisiones. Trabajaremos en eso. Y sobre este último punto que planteaba Javier, yo creo que el tema lo has puesto sobre la mesa, ¿no? El tema de los recursos administrativos. Ahora hay que ver los mecanismos y el dimensionamiento y la manera en que esto puede operacionalizarse, ¿no? Entonces, totalmente abiertos a buscar, como ya decía Hugo, los espacios y la manera para hacer esto insisto, operacionalizarlo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, José Antonio. Gracias a nuestros 3 panelistas, al público que se quedó, un aplauso para todos. Además, un reconocimiento especial al que todos lucharon contra el hambre de manera exitosa. Y nada, vamos ahora a comer algo.
We were waiting for you. Now we can begin.
Dale.
Bueno, vamos empezando. Calculo que el resto seguirá sumando.
Okay, we will begin. We had, from the previous point, the working group presented by CARICOM. What was still pending out of that working group were comments and questions that could have arisen. So, the floor is open for that. Dominican Republic.
No, gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank CARICOM for the presentation. What happened in the community of leading women, which involved the presence of Belize and Bahamas, we were saying that we have to find how, in an innovating and creative manner, we can we can overcome the language barrier. This is a structural issue, we know, but after that, there is a barrier, which is a mental barrier that we have taken on board, and that is a language barrier. Because whenever one doesn't see the Caribbean present, we refer to the language barrier. And therefore, as a region, we must find innovating ways to communicate with each other. And that involves a challenge that we have to face up to. Now, out of the presentation, there are three things that I would like us to monitor very closely. I would like to know a little bit more about this initiative of the Caribbean Association of Professional Statisticians that I believe is an interesting issue and that we have discussed with other colleagues. This is an association of professional statisticians, but we should find a way how to establish a roster of consultants, of people that are normally providing services to NSOs, and I know that in other UN entities, this is something that I experienced when I was in UN Women. There was a roster of consultants, and there was even a way to provide feedback by countries in terms of how, what experience you had with this or that, so that we didn't repeat the same mistakes. That's an important issue. And with the strategy that was mentioned, there is an interesting issue that we mentioned yesterday with the executive secretary in terms of how, in dealing with communication and advocacy, we have a challenge as offices in terms of being able to communicate all the wealth that we have, everything that is very technical, how we can bring that down to earth. The chair said how his mum applied all the census aspects. So how can we do this with our families? Basically, the idea of establishing a better communication with citizens and in our countries. I remember that Jose Antonio once said, once I went into the National Statistics Office, he was saying, well, these are the people that on whose doors we're knocking every day to obtain information, be it for administrative records, surveys, or a census. So they're the ones that provide us with the information. So how can we return to them information in a much more creative manner, much more understandable? And finally, there is an issue in the terms of the training center. And we have Brazil, Dominican Republic, Colombia, with statistics schools or training establishments, but also centers of excellence such as Mexico, the one that INEGI has, how we can establish a framework to bring together the different schools. You said, well, you need to continue to provide training, and there are people that can provide training in English as well, or who can receive training in English. And there is also an initiative, as from UNST, which is the Secretariat, which is a group of training centers, and I believe that Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and the Dominican Republic all form part of that. I haven't seen any Caribbean countries as part of that, but I believe that this could be a good opportunity to join that and ask the technical secretariat for us to hold a virtual meeting as a region for us to share what we have in terms of virtual training, because I believe that that could be a strategy to establish bridges between our sub-regions, and that could certainly contribute to these issues of training and capacities. And finally, well, Ali mentioned a whole series of challenges, and if you look at them, the only difference with everything that we have said is that they are in English, so they are already translated, but it's exactly the same that we all face, and there is nothing different there. And therefore, as a region, I believe that we must, and as a sub-region, we must continue to search for common strategies in order to deal with them. Thank you. Thank you. Countries, entities, agencies? No? Okay. No one there. Rolando, thank you. Just to support the comments made by the Dominican Republic and to mention the efforts that as from ECLAC have been done as from the statistical division with the CARICOM statistical area, so that we can work jointly and much closer together. We have achieved a certain progress of the whole process of the ICP, which is compares the international comparisons program coordinated by the World Bank. Well, we are very close to the Caribbean in that work in order to generate information. On the other side, or on the other hand, something that was extremely innovating is that in May, June, July, or August, I can't remember the date, we visited St. Lucia within the framework of CARICOM and IUCS with the working team on statistics and geography of CARICOM, with which we are promoting a project. Mexico is also promoting through its through the Mexican Cooperation Agency a geospatial program with the Caribbean, where ECLAC and ECLAC has been incorporated into that in order to monitor that work with a regional hub in Trinidad and Tobago in the University of the West Indies, with Beshem Ramhal, and basically in order to work with the geographic link with the geographic offices within the realm of GGIM. And this exercise on environmental statistics with the English-speaking Caribbean islands. We are doing this, and that is why this is so important for us, and the presence of CARICOM here supporting all Caribbean countries is fundamental for us. And we're very pleased to establish that link and to break away with the language barriers. We hope that artificial intelligence will be able to generate, and I'm sending my friend a signal here, the one who will deliver the next presentation, to hopefully develop something that will enable statistical translation, or the subtitles will enable us to improve and make our meetings easier. The idea is to continue with our work with hand in hand with the Caribbean. I think UN Women wants to say something. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. We thank CARICOM for mentioning all the initiatives that are underway with countries. I would like to again highlight our interest in maintaining a coordination with CARICOM as from UN Women, as from the regional office, and also as from our multi-offices, which is MCO. We have worked with the Spotlight Initiative, as has been mentioned, and also within the framework of the Women Count regional project. And I'm happy to mention that with regards to results, in alliance with CARICOM, ECLAC, and UN Women, within the framework of gender statistics, we already achieved a first result this year. 2 weeks ago in Trinidad and Tobago, we conducted a gender statistics training course, and that is indeed what we want to promote. We want to promote joint work, the alliances that we can enter into, and to incorporate, as mentioned by the Dominican Republic delegation, not only translation issues, but to be able to understand realities and to be able to work together and understand each other. I want to thank everyone for this coordination process that we have held within the framework of the International Meeting on Gender Statistics and the presence in both the meeting on specialists of use of time use and specialists on violence that we had conducted this year. Thank you. As from the Gender Affairs Division of ECLAC, and in full agreement with my colleague from UN Women,
and for your collaboration during the course in Trinidad and Tobago. We were together basically 8 hours per day, and Mr. Basim was very actively participating with us. Estuvimos alrededor.
I would also like to thank the participation of around 15 Caribbean countries, as from statistical offices, and the mechanisms for the advancement of women. And there we were able to identify and contributing to the challenges that we discussed there. Well, the challenges faced by the Caribbean region when it comes to the generation of indicators for the monitoring of the autonomy of women.
We could see the differences in the pilot activities. We continue talking about the use of time in the specialist meeting last Monday, and to recognize this interagency collaboration and the participation that we have had this year from the countries of the Caribbean.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, CARICOM, for your presentation. There is one element which is we would like to have more information, if possible, that within the general perspective we identify the TI structure as support to the different activities Colombia has presented for this biennium to for exchange between the offices, but not the thematic aspect, but technical and systems aspects, including cybersecurity, data infrastructure. So although this proposal wasn't approved as part of the biennium framework, but it's worth exploring this to identify the needs and best practices that we have as statistical offices, what has to do with IT also, but we would like to know what are the specific plans developed by CARICOM to compile these good practices and IT aspects. Okay, UNEP. Now, thank you so much for the delegate of CARICOM for the presentation. We would like to say that we have been working in a regional workshop for the Caribbean with statistical information about waste management. And we celebrate there is this working group on environmental information, something highly relevant for the Caribbean, given the weaknesses that exist in terms of some specific information fields in environmental aspect for the region. We're going to participate as well in the regional workshop organized by CARICOM, and at the end of November. This is going to be held in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you so much for the invitation, and we're going to take some topics over there such as Sargasso, which has a great impact on the economy of the region, a social impact, of course, apart from the economic impact, and something that has a clear environmental origin that we think something very important to start with. Thank you. Global Partnership. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for the and as Halim mentioned in his intervention, we are starting a process which are just starting with the work with the Caribbean, and this is an important exercise to strengthen the sub-regional ties. At the end of November, we're going to be supporting CARICOM in Trinidad and Tobago with SDG indicators and all the SDG process which that they are working at the regional level, and how some elements can be integrated into the measurement of percentages and indicators which are available for measurement by the Caribbean countries. Like the other agencies, I know that CARICOM is getting in touch, requesting support for these topics and areas related to SDGs. So the agencies which are working on the indicators are more than welcome to work during that week. Thank you so much. Harim?
So thank you so much for your comments, and thanks for all the support and your sentiments. Well, in terms of the CAPS, it's a very young organization, I would say, and it was quite dormant for some time because of COVID, and because we were not able to meet face to face. But we now have a new executive, and the aim of this professional body is basically to lift the profile of statistics in the region. And it's also an element of statistical advocacy. And we hope with the operation of the CAPS, we can promote greater research in statistics in terms of the data that is produced, because there is a lack of research within the Caribbean community. So it's basically to promote this, and we hope to learn from the experiences, the best practices, and so from other countries and other similar organizations. In terms of Rolando's comment, we've been collaborating with ECLAC, and since Rolando coming into that position, I think we have seen better communication and better collaboration between the two entities, CARICOM and ECLAC, and we have benefited from a lot of those activities. So thank you so much for your support. And Rolando is also a part of the Caribbean Association of Professional Statisticians as one of the international member, right? So we're happy that you have accepted this offer. And I think it's the organization is open, so anyone who has interest in joining can also join. In terms of the ICT and the infrastructure, the comments from Colombia, we're happy to learn what are some of those best practices that you spoke about, because it is an important area for us, given the size of our statistical offices and the lack of resources. I think it's important that we capitalize on the advancement in technology, so that we do not overwhelm our limited resources. So so we'll be happy to hear those experiences in the near future. Okay, I think and from the comments from UN Women, and we had very good collaboration in recent times. Well, under the Spotlight Initiative, I must say that UN Women, the multi-country office for the Caribbean, has always been a very close strategic partner of ours, and we were able to achieve the gender equality indicators, and we produced some reports on that. We were able to achieve the piloting of the gender-based violence prevalence surveys in 5 of our member states. And as a result, 5 of our member states were able to be beneficiaries of the National Spotlight Initiative. And CARICOM Secretariat is now a beneficiary of the Regional Spotlight Initiative. And as a result, we were able to establish those minimum standards for the measurement of violence against women and girls using administrative data. And we've had this workshop back to back with the training on gender statistics, and I think our member states were highly receptive, and it's definitely something that that we endeavor to pursue. So I think that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No veo más.
I don't see any other comments. So, Rolando, thank you so much to all the colleagues. We are going now to begin with the next phase. We have a couple of presentations. The first one is related to the use of the cloud for official statistics. In the dialogue that we have with Rafael Madher, he is coming from Amazon Web Services. And the idea is that he could present about the following. We, as directors of statistical offices, why the web is useful. We have our data bank, we have the problem of confidentiality, we have many things, although the private initiative has uses banks which are uploading information, but what are the tools that we may use on the web to get benefits and to think of include some of these activities in our offices of statistics, preserving statistical confidentiality. So the idea was something of interest to him. So that's why he will explain now about this. That's why we invited him to talk about this topic in general terms, not something, I mean, he works for Amazon, but in terms of what the clouds and the companies, Microsoft companies, which have this type of technology or services, what can they offer to us? Rafael, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for this invitation. I've got a brief presentation. Thank you, everyone. And I'm going to talk about benefits, considerations, and myths about the use of the cloud. I wanted to start by showing you that the cloud is a reality for many statistical offices around the world. I'm Rafael Mache. I'm Director of Solutions Architecture for Amazon Web Services for Latin America. Our idea is not to talk about Amazon, but the cloud benefits. I can tell you that this is a reality in many statistical offices, such as Australia. They got the cloud as preferred solution for all the future development, or the Office of Statistics of the United Kingdom, which main objective is to migrate 80% of its infrastructure to the cloud by the end of 2023. So based on what Rolando said, what are the benefits of the cloud for the statistical offices? One point is cost, and I'm going to start by that. To understand why we can save costs with the cloud, I will make a comparison in terms of how the traditional infrastructure works and how the cloud works. In a traditional infrastructure, what you do is you estimate the demand for infrastructure, the number of users, and then based on that estimate, you are going to make an investment on infrastructure. So the straight line in green is the forecast of the demand, which is increasingly difficult to estimate, and the blue line are the different investment
Del tiempo.
in infrastructure over time. The point here is that estimate poses two risks. Or you buy more infrastructure than what you need, or what may happen, you are going to have less infrastructure compared to the demand. And the demand is in the dotted pink line. When that happens, is there when
Porque algo
many people remember about the director of infrastructure. Something is not working anymore. The cloud is elastic, can growth and can be reduced in a very simple manner and can be adjusted to the real demand of the users. Now, there is an important consideration that infrastructure needs to be optimized to use the benefits of the cloud.
essa infraestrutura. O que significa?
To optimize infrastructure is that infrastructure can grow and can be reduced in an automated manner. So to use that benefit, to growth and reduce the application, for instance, a census. Census is done every 10 years. You are going to buy infrastructure for a census, and then you grow with that infrastructure, and then this is reduced. And so you can get the benefits from the cloud. What you will see is the blue bar, that is the cost of infrastructure, while the demand is in pink, can be reduced, and you can reduce the cost and to support a greatest number of users. In municipality of Cordoba, they saved 80% in terms of migration because of the migration to the cloud. Then you have productivity and agility, and you can combine them both. With the cloud, you can deploy 1,000 servers in a couple of minutes, completely different from months or weeks that happen from traditional data center where you need to buy the hubs to install applications, but in the cloud it's just a couple of minutes. And the cloud, you need to think beyond servers, you need to think of services. For you to have a database that could be resilient, what do you have to do? You have to put a database and a copy of it in another data center, because the one stop working, this database continues working, and you can configure traditional configuration that can take weeks, while the organization have two data centers in two different places. While on the web, to have access to the same database used by Mercado Libre, for instance, to support 1,000 users, that doesn't take more than 5 seconds, and you don't worry about growing an infrastructure and how you're going to monitor that database. And with that agility benefit, The Institute of Space Investigation in Brazil could reduce in 98% the time to make the estimates of the carbon volume accumulated in the Amazon biome. Each flight collecting 6.5 billion records, and that needed to be processed then. So they estimated the use the data center, they will require 3,000 hours to run that analysis. Instead, with the cloud, were just 40 hours. And today they will take even shorter because they already have the experience. And here, as Rolando said, we today need to talk about artificial intelligence. There is a concept behind artificial intelligence, which is the generative artificial intelligence. And here you have the CEO Amazon, which states that generative artificial intelligence has the potential to revolution the way how the organizations operate. Many people say that today, with artificial intelligence, we are living a revolution even greater than the internet. I don't know if you have used Chat GTP, you have seen the new capacities of artificial intelligence of Alexa. And this is done through generative artificial intelligence, that is to train artificial intelligence model so you can create text, reports, songs, videos, among other things. I'm going to give you an example how this can be done to be more productive. If you add data of change, variation of products for the labor market, or information about services, information about trade, industry, and you say it in a natural language, you've got to report how inflation is with the same variation of prices of the different products, which is the impact on some classes, and what is going to be the strategy to minimize the impact on inflation over next 12 months. And then you can have the report identifying which would be the best visualization. And we're not talking about that this is going to be possible to be done with artificial intelligence. We are talking about what is possible to be done today. This is an area of artificial intelligence which is relatively new, and now this will continue being something very attractive over the year, and this is a way of democratizing access to this information through the cloud.
Resiliência operacional.
Then we have operational resilience. ECLAC group researched this in 2022 and compared the cloud with traditional infrastructure, the organizations using cloud versus traditional entities. And those entities that use the cloud have 45% less security-related events, 54% interruptions, unplanned interruptions in a period of 12 months, minus 39% time to detect security incidents, and 69% fewer hours with activity planned. If you see the CIO of Itaú comments, you'll see similar figures, and why the cloud helps having this level of resilience. Many organizations have a single data center. If there's a problem with it, applications stop operating in the cloud. Cloud providers work in regions, which is a geographic location in which cloud providers control several data centers that are distant among each other, so that they could avoid the impact of a natural disaster, for example. And cloud providers use those many distributed data centers to provide services that are more resilient. For example, when a file is stored in the cloud, you can copy that file to 3 different data centers. If 2 of those data centers are subject to an exploit, 2 of them, you still have access to the information. And one example was the Australian census in 2021. They were able to support the census without having a single incident of 2.5 million forms in a single night. They didn't have any incident. And it was interesting to see the headlines on the media because one said that the government did not fail because they had their head in the clouds. And something interesting was that they were able to block more than 130,000 attempted cyber attacks. And in the last aspect, which is security, cybersecurity. And why? Why security? According to IDC, 42% of organizations that adopt the cloud do it because of security reasons, because of all the ransomware attacks that are more and more sophisticated that can stop an entire organization. Organizations are looking for the cloud to protect themselves, and all kinds of organizations, because cloud providers need to meet the highest security standards in order to support customers such as military organizations, large banking entities, and healthcare. Here we see, for example, CIO from CIA talking about the cloud. I will never say that anything you do in the cyber world is completely invincible, but what we build, and he meant what they have built with the cloud, is quite close. This is probably the safest thing that exists. That's the CIO of the Central Intelligence Agency. The United States Navy migrated one of its most critical applications, which is the SAP of the armed forces, that is running on the cloud in order to improve data protection. And since we're talking about security, I wanted to talk about certain myths that exist. The first one is that if I store my data in the cloud, I will lose control of them. Who believes that's true? Can you raise the hand honestly here? I believe many of you believe here that you can lose. Truly, it's false because the customers are still owners of the data. They can retrieve the data anytime and they can erase the data permanently from the cloud at any time. And you can also encrypt the data in the cloud, and you can keep the encryption key with the data without the encryption key are useless. So the cloud provider doesn't have access to that. So that's a myth. Myth number two, if I store my data in the cloud, I will never know where they are. It's quite abstract. The cloud can be anywhere. It is also a myth, as I said, cloud providers have a concepts of regions, and that region is in a geographic location. You can choose, I want to store my data in Chile, or I want to do it in Brazil, or in Canada, or the US. You can choose where you want to store your data, and the cloud provider will not move those data unless you explicitly tell them to move them. And the last myth, cloud providers may have access to my data. That is the confidentiality issue. Who believes that this is true? More people believe that. Yeah, I'm sure there are many more. Well, that is also false because, as I said, cloud providers should meet with the highest security standards there are. In order to meet them, they need to have accreditations and security certifications by ISO, SOC, and many other types of accreditations, telling them how client data are supposed to be dealt with in the cloud. Only to close, I started with a quote, and I'm going to end on a quote here. Our success should be an example to other government agencies that using planning and adequate implementation, we can offer excellent experiences using cloud technology. That is the United States Census Office. The key here is adequate implementation. If the adequate implementation is done, you can save on costs, more agility, more resilience, and you can do innovation faster. But you need to do an adequate implementation. And with that, I close. That is my contact information in case you have any question. Do not hesitate. Thank you.
Ponemos abierto.
Well, the floor is open for questions. Those of you who need to run censuses, you can just click on it, get me the results, and that's it. No, okay, let's go. Any countries? Good afternoon. I have a question. I don't know if it's a myth or not, but it seems it's not. But they say if the information goes through the US, then they may have access, if they want, to the information that is stored in the cloud. Is that true or not? There's a law in the United States called Cloud Act that depending on the legal request by the US, and only with a legal request from the US, if a court in the US actually allows for access in the US, theoretically they could have access to the information. In the history in AWS, we issue a report of all the requests that we have had and how many of them have been rejected and how many were approved. How many customers in the public sector we had in the history of AWS that were accepted? 0 requests were accepted, and that's in the public report. And once again, customers can encrypt their data, and the customer only can have access to that encryption key. So even AWS, or either AWS or Google or Microsoft, may have to actually deliver the data, but the data will be encrypted, and without the encryption key, they're useless. Okay, thank you. Mexico. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rafael, thank you for the presentation. In the comparison you made, you talked about infrastructure savings, ease of access, and what we have seen in the last 25 years, that as time goes on, the cost drops significantly, technology cost or technology acquisition cost. At what point within that curve are we now? Because national statistics offices are always subject to budget restrictions, quite severe. So we do not want to buy now expensive technology that will evolve after a while, and in a few years, the price will drop. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the question. That's exactly the benefit of the cloud. You don't need to invest in advance. You will pay for the service you use, and cloud services evolve. You can actually migrate to new versions of the service without having to pay more. Usually it's the opposite. We've always dropped the price more than 100 times since we invented Amazon Web Services. So the cloud price and the price of technology in the cloud has a downward trend. It's not that I'm going to buy infrastructure that will be obsolete in the future. Well, maybe that will happen with my traditional infrastructure, but not with the cloud, because the service will evolve, and that evolution is offered to the customer without necessarily having to pay more for that, because the cost will drop down. Thank you. Dominican Republic. Yes, thank you. I'm also thinking what Mexico says about we in Dominican Republic. For a few years, our office had been testing cloud services. We had a redundant service so that the servers that are in our office, our headquarters, could have, as you said, that quick backup whenever something happens. And now we made the decision with the housing and population census that took place last year, is that we made the decision to use mobile devices for the data collection and for the cloud application. That it was very important. The uploading of the information could actually take place at 2 different times in order to have redundancy. One thing was that from the time the official collects information, that would actually be stored in the cloud, that raw data, and then that would go to a server at our office to do all the cleansing in the database. And something else that has been quite important and that has been enabled is secure access. When you need for example, when we work with people from outside, the CS Pro process, which is the collection program we use, providing access to consultants that were even abroad. That meant that we use the cloud in a secure space for them where they do not necessarily have to have access to all the information or to handle the database in such a way that could prevent any attempt of exploit. Now, something we had to implement in our technology department was a cybersecurity unit to work with all these issues. The Dominican Republic also has become a national cybersecurity center that has been supporting us, and that really, what you said about those cyber attacks, the attempted cyber attacks that existed and that we still have, are now more neutralized compared to when we had our physical service. At some point, it did happen to us in 2021. We did have an attack on our servers, and that actually basically crashed all our technology infrastructure, and that meant it took us almost a week to bring that back up into operation. But as Graciela said, for offices like ours, Dominican Republic office is a small office, specifically talking about budget. But we were able to acquire that with the census in related investment. But it is also, we are already thinking about how to maintain that. I believe Rolando, and maybe in alliance with Amazon, we could probably do it to help us build a business case, because we need to go and talk to our ministries of finance about the need for this type of investment if we so desire, and see how maybe using the right language so that is understandable to financial people in the ministries of finance, and help us with that to have a larger budget allocated to this, because in our case, we are already migrating almost all servers to the cloud, and as you said, the myth, and I remember there was a lot of reluctance on so many people, even from me, but when they showed me the benefits that can be achieved, I believe it is an investment we have made, that we are making, that is worth it. Thank you. Thank you for the comments. It is key to have that experience, and experience sometimes will tell you, well, you get to a point in which it is more expensive, and then you need to start optimizing. Regarding support, please count on it. In 2 weeks, I can be in Dominican Republic, so let me know. Ecuador? Rafael, thank you for your presentation. I was asking about your contact information. Maybe in the cloud we can contact you.
Dos preguntas y es en relación.
Two questions. Can you comment, maybe, is there an example or a case study about the data migration strategy? What to recommend? What could you recommend? And the second one has to do with secure rooms. In the Ecuador Statistics Office since 2015, practically we have lots of access to administrative records. And user demand, especially from academia, then you go and convince the authorities about records, and then you get it. And I may have 10 members of academia, and my capacity is collapsed because we do not have all the features you mentioned. But do you know about these secure rooms outside our offices? And please elaborate on the idea for those colleagues that are not really familiar with the ideas. For example, our users, specialized users, are academics. They even work abroad, so they do not necessarily have to go physically to the office. But our technical people, the question for them is how to guarantee confidentiality. You have access to microdata, but how do I make sure that they do not take a snapshot or that they are taking microdata home? So are there policies? So we're quite close in that regard of being able to achieve that. That is on my second aspect. And regarding the migration strategy, since what I wanted to ask is, what advice can you give us, or have you worked with the public sector? Because in another meeting, did not attend, we have a regulation come from the telecommunication ministries. So how do you balance in order to gradually migrate? That would be from Ecuador, and to those of us who have been running online censuses, we are much more familiar with working in the cloud and the advantages that we just exposed. Thank you. About the strategy, there are several migration strategies. Some organizations may decide that the one that already exists will be in a traditional infrastructure, but the new one will migrate to the cloud, which is what Australia is doing. There's another strategy, which is to migrate everything to the cloud, and when it's there, you start optimizing what it's in there. There are strategies of actually thinking of data. I will set up what we call the data lagoon, which is a repository basically where you store all the data, and the data are processed, and the processed data is made available to the different organizations from there. Now, there's a concept, and thank you for mentioning the topic of the secure room. There's a concept which is precisely English, it's called clean room as well. Exactly that, which is a concept in which the organization has the data and they have different areas within the organization, each one of them needing that piece of information. So what they do, who owns the piece of information, the data in the organization, they will define certain policies that will define a certain catalog and policies as to who may have access or what unit may have access to that information and in what way they may have access. For example, they cannot download the information. Maybe they will have access to the information through virtual desks that are also running on the cloud in a way that is not downloadable. And we see that that is extended to other entities. So we see very much with armed forces, armed services that want to share their data with different other services, the data, and they set up a clean room among the different armed services to share those data. So who owns the data, they define the policy, who may have access, and they may only have access through a digital desk or a cloud desk, and they cannot download it because it resides in the cloud. Thank you. I do not see any more questions, so my question.
En el caso de Argentina, el censo.
In the case of Argentina, with the digital census that was done in collaboration with Amazon. And one of the main discussions we had, and we had to work on it, was the local standards and regulations and where the information needed to be lodged. In Argentina, the data need to be lodged within the country. So it was a little complicated, and we had to invent this idea that data were uploaded and immediately downloaded to the local servers. And that generated some complications. But it's important to take into account the local regulations on the use of the cloud and how to apply some sort of strategy there at the statistics office to avoid these issues. Yes, thank you for the comment. And from what I remember, it was the INDEC and bilateral agreement with Argentina. So it's important to understand these regulations and to have solutions that allow cloud services to be found within the data center. And that way the data will continue to be found within the organization, but will have the benefit of flexibility and agility that the cloud offers. So it can be stored within the data center, but with these services as if you were using the public cloud. So there's different models to solve this in order to keep the confidentiality of data, etc. And if I can be of use, I'm at your disposal. Yes, Bill? Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A general comment, very interesting presentation, but I just have a very general comment, and reference was made to this in another session, but we've shared experience on the function methodology, etc., but there isn't a lot of formal work done in terms of sharing experiences on the operation of statistics offices, because technology is key. So not just the type of computers, but all these elements, like what was just mentioned, cybersecurity, etc. So perhaps it would be good to create practice groups. Maybe they exist and I'm not aware, but I believe it is extremely important. Thank you.
Só comentário, tem referente.
Just one comment. Argentina's case was extremely successful, so there's a lot of experience to be shared there. Just a very brief comment here. Thank you, Jose Antonio, for your comment. In fact, part of the presentation has to do with sharing these subjects, which we believe need to be part of the conference because they make the day-to-day activities of the statistics offices better. And there is need for this in the region. That's why we feel that we need to share these practices, especially topics like the cloud. The cloud is here to stay. So we need to work on this together. Thank you. Thank you. I don't see any more hands up. Rolando? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rafael. As we mentioned, the idea was to put the benefits of the use of the cloud on the table. And in your countries, you can make administrative decisions and decide, whether it is doable or what user or what company best suits your country in terms of cost, efficiency, etc. What we aimed to do here was to visualize what exists. ECLAC is working on some exercises and is generating an artificial intelligence index that the steering committee, what was it, a month ago? A month ago, the steering committee, together with Microsoft, started working on. So we are trying to include novel things in benefit of our countries. I'd like to thank Rafael for this conversation, and I'd like to leave this idea with you. Let's take advantage of this network of knowledge and continue with the webinars that we've begun holding 3-4 months ago to generate experiences and practice communities on these topics. Not sure about Uruguay. I think they also had a similar experience on the use of the cloud. So I think it's something that is here to stay. Thank you, Rafael. We're going to continue. Jaoye, are you connected?
Yes, I am.
Vamos a presentar.
Okay, so we're going to present the activities of the Intersecretarial Work Group on Household Surveys. That is a global group, and Haoyi Chen, the coordinator, is going to offer us the presentation from the statistics from New York, the New York office.
Should I start?
Yep, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Rolando, for inviting the Intersecretarial Working Group to present, to share our work. And I would like really to first give a huge thank you to you and your colleagues for working with us so closely for our partnership in delivering a lot of the output that I'm going to cover here. So this is the outline of my presentation. I will talk a little bit about the Intersecretarial Working Group of Household Surveys and the work under the working group. And then we did a survey 2 years ago and trying to get feedbacks from our countries. So I'll summarize that. And then what's next? So what are we going to do next? So a little bit a primer about the Intersectoral Working Group. It was established in 2015 by the UN Statistical Commission as an interagency group with three main objectives. One is to improve coordination of household surveys at a national, regional, and global level. It's really to improve coordination and coordinated efforts among all the agencies to support countries on their surveys. And the second one is to advance cross-cutting innovative approach survey methodologies and to see what are the ones that we can really scale up for countries, especially those in the low-income and lower middle-income countries. And the third one is to really enhance the communication advocacy in terms of the importance of household surveys, but also in bringing new methodologies, bringing the work of our members to countries. And our group has 11 international agencies and 10 national statistical offices, the secretariats with the UN Statistics Division. The current co-chairs are the World Bank and UN Women. So our group mainly works through time-bound task forces. So the task force is established when there's a need to work on certain methodological areas, and that will be led by members and also with contribution from members and non-member experts. So we're pretty open in having experts working under the task force. So as I mentioned, we have three mandates, and really is to foster coordination and provide a platform for the work our members have done and the work that have done by countries. And we have a common platform for training materials and really trying to encourage countries and members and countries initiating innovative approaches and experimentation, and to foster exchange of experiences. We also worked on developing guidelines and training materials, covering priority areas that are covered are outlined in the position paper. So I will talk about the position paper. We do encourage and support experimentation and with the possibility of scaling up innovative methods. We have a lot of webinars and a lot of times we co-organize with our ECLAC Statistics Division and to really foster the exchange of national experiences, innovative methods. We really reach out to a lot of partners and to be on top of a lot of latest development, and we're always open for collaboration opportunities. So an example of our work on survey coordination, and most recently we completed the work of a task force on fostering coordination of household survey system in countries. So we worked with 5 countries and a sub-regional statistical office, which is the Pacific community, and to really try to understand their experiences and challenges in coordinating survey activities. We're identifying the good experience of what worked that empowered national statistical offices to take the lead in planning survey activities in a more coordinated way. Because we do realize a lot of time the survey activities are pretty ad hoc. They often guided by donor priorities, and sometimes when, especially during COVID, we see a lot that new priorities come up and that really being disruptive to the existing survey that have been planned. So the reports are published online, and we also have a synthesis report that highlighting the key lessons learned from working with the 5 countries, also the Pacific community. And we also have members working together to test instruments for more coordinated data collection. For example, on the right, I have an image. It's where ILO and the World Bank work together to see how good labor force participation, unemployment rate, unemployment can be measured through an income expenditure survey or through a LSMS survey. Because usually these questions are asked, the large number of questions covered by labor force survey, but do we get the same results if we have some of the questions covered by a poverty survey or living condition survey? So the findings were published. So this is how our members work together to really see whether methodology can be improved and how they can really work together to advance that. And we also facilitate conversation on survey coordination. We organize meetings and see how our members can work together to support countries. So these are the reports, and just a bit of the summary. We realized after we started working or finished working with the 5 countries, and that our understanding the coordination survey is really multifaceted. There could be coordination, integration, harmonization on different things. Harmonization, for example, on concept and definitions, and they vary greatly by countries. And we also talk a bit about the role of NSOs. Are they strong enough to negotiate, for example, with the line ministry on funding, to negotiate with the development partners on supporting or coming in with fundings, but at the right moment, and not really be dictated by development partners. And we've seen success stories. And then we've seen the importance of multi-year planning, but it has been really, really difficult because a lot of time the funding is just so unpredictable. If you plan a labor for survey, but there's no funding coming. Quite a few countries we worked with, they have started to do this transformation process from standalone surveys into a more integrated system. It's a great development, but it is proven to be very challenging, and it does take a lot of resources. And the senior level has to have super buy-ins in that, so it's not an easy task. Although it's really in the right direction, but take note of the resources required. And we do understand survey coordination is not one size fits all. And we're trying to see how we can support from an international community to our countries, and to really support them in making their surveys more coordinated and harmonized, integrated. So there's the link to other products available at the bottom of the page. We are also going to start collecting, we call it a survey pilot, a survey calendar. It's really from our survey focal point from countries. We have a list of survey focal points from member states, and to see what are the surveys that have been planned in the next 2 years. So why are we doing this? One thing is we did a pilot of this exercise, and our pilot countries felt that it was quite useful to also see what other countries are doing. You have a huge disparity. Some country has 2 surveys per year, some country has 200 surveys per year. And the other thing is for low-income, lower middle-income countries, so hope this calendar can really help development partners and also international agencies to sort of plan their support well. If you know the plan for that country is in the next 2 years is certain number of surveys, can we really work with the countries instead of just enforce some of the agenda from our members agencies' point of view. So this is going into the field for the collection later this month. We also did a lot of work to support countries during COVID, and then I think we really started our collaboration with XII Statistical Division colleagues. So we have produced a number of output. One is the planning and implementing household surveys under COVID-19 that was really published beginning of 2020. This is in collaboration with the World Bank. And then towards the end of COVID period, the pandemic, we got a lot of requests from countries asking us to support them on assessing the quality of surveys that have been carried out during COVID. There has been a lot of phone surveys, web surveys done. It was very new for many countries. They would like to know the biases, how to assess the bias, whether it's possible to really minimize the impact of different data collection mode, of different questionnaires. So we worked on a guidance note on this and in collaboration with ECLAC Statistical Division, and they also translated. Thank you so much for this to Spanish. So it's available. We also maintained a COVID impact survey dashboard with countries that have done during the pandemic surveys measuring the impact of COVID. We have about 800 surveys there. We also just completed a task force on survey dissemination of survey macrodata and anonymizing dissemination. And it's again another very challenging field. Countries would like to disseminate their data, but it's a lot of challenges in anonymization, a lot of challenges in really confidently disseminate them online. So we have produced, we have 5 reports, and you will be able to see them online. And we are now discussing how we can support countries in really helping them on data anonymization and microdata dissemination. This topic has been on the agenda of the conference, so I'm not going to go very detailed, but we are very much working a lot on really encouraging people to start using smart estimation, not just on experimentation, but also go a step further, really making that part of the official production. And we have a wiki platform. It's called SAE for SDG. It's open to everyone. The link is at the bottom of the page. To share national experiences and methods and using SAE for official statistics. And we have documented what countries have told us about the challenges in making really use it regularly. What are the challenges and what are the success stories? As things are available online, we're also updating, keep adding the software package that's just released. And so we try to make this platform a go-to place if you wanted to know what's new in terms of R package, Python package, and go there if you have anything you would like to share with us, and we'll be happy to host it as well. And we just also completed e-learning course development together with
Acabamos
ECLAC.
de completar un curso de desarrollo conjuntamente con CEPAL.
With ECLAC, Statistical Division and UNFPA, e-learning course in English on smart estimation, and we are going to start the round of training for countries in Africa and Asia next week. Thank you again for working together on this. We do a lot of webinars with partners on innovative methods, and we also try to be present in all major statistical events. And we talk to our countries members and connecting them countries when they have a request and connecting them with members as well. We maintain a list of country survey focal points, and then monthly newsletter, and we do have one-on-one meeting with the country members as well. So we did a survey about 2 years ago, and it's time for us to do another one. Just try to understand what's needed from our stakeholders. We got 67 responses, and from different countries and from NSO, CSOs, mostly national offices. They seem to be happy with our communication strategy, and they also like very much our organizing, disseminating information, sharing latest development survey methodologies, and help networking. So we are going to do another survey and see how we can improve our work. Now, my last point is together, our members work together on a paper we call it Positioning Household Survey for the Next Decade. It's really the paper was formulated together during COVID time, just seeing how frustrated countries are, how much challenges they faced during COVID with their tools and capacities to continue the work on household surveys. So in the paper, we identified 8 technical priorities, and they are listed here. And we also put together the enabling environment at the national global level. At the global level, we have really identified the steps the intersecretarial working group should take to support countries. So the paper was endorsed by the Statistical Commission earlier this year in March, and also will be used as a guiding paper for the intersecretarial working group to support countries. Huge thanks to Dani and translating into Spanish, so it is available in Spanish. What's next? As I said, using the position paper to guide our work priority. Right now, we have two new task forces. One is Respondent Center Survey Design, led by ONS. The other one is data integration. We are hoping to work also with Jamaica in collaboration with ECLAC colleague as well. And later this year, we are going to have a technical meeting on sample frames and sampling. And we are going to start a revision of the UN handbook on household survey. It's a series of handbooks, and that was done in the 80s and 90s. So it's going to be a huge task, and we really welcome and would like to invite countries here to work with us, support us, and to see what's needed and how your experience can be reflected and methods can be included in this work. We are extending our networks because we put a lot of emphasis on data integration. So we're reaching out to other communities, the geospatial, the citizen-generated data, admin data, census, and private sectors, and see how survey can be integrated with those data sources. And we have a big emphasis on collaborating with academia. That's it. Thank you so much again for inviting us. I hope I can be there next time and really talk to you and see how we can support you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tenemos preguntas.
Let's see. I don't know if we have any quick questions. We are running very late.
Bueno, sería que no. Fernando.
No, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Oji, for your presentation. Now, we will go to a coffee break, and we would like to ask you to be very quick with this coffee break. 5 minutes, so that in 10 minutes we can resume, because we still have two presentations to go, a video and the resolutions that I believe everyone has read. And we practically all agree on that. And after that, the election of the new committee, and of course, the closing words. So please let us come back quickly, because for all that, it's 4:25, isn't it? Well, yes, let's do it quickly anyway. Let's come back in 10 minutes. Last year we concluded exactly on time, and it doesn't seem that we will be on time this year. Thank you.
La campana.
Bueno, nos sentamos y arrancamos. ¿Mm? Vamos.
We will continue with the agenda.
Bien, aquí tenemos una presentación.
We've got a presentation by FAO, the Working Group of Agricultural Statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Hola, gracias, señor presidente. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ok, gracias, colegas. Yo intento.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to be very brief since we are very late, but
Gracias. Y antes de empezar,
thank you so much to ECLAC because of this opportunity and the collaboration with this idea that we have and that I'm going to present now here. Basically, I would like to propose to establish a formal mechanism to report to regulations of an agency that we have at FAO. We call this the Technical Regional Commission. And the history of that group is that they started in 1958 and has been very active since then with different names and but always including countries of Latin America, but the geographical scope has included now Central America, South America, and the purpose, the objective of this group has always been to set up working lines strategies and to promote regional cooperation and improve agricultural statistics. Up until this year, we have had 31 meetings since 1958. Currently, the official name is FAO OAA CIE and ICA, Working Group for Agricultural Statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean. FAO is a statutory body which, well, we provide funds and FAO funds these groups 100%, and we meet every 2 years. The ministries of agriculture and NSOs of the 33 countries are invited every 2 years, and FAO, as you can see, the name has I mean, CIE is not doesn't exist, which is a EA at present, but now with the legal department, we are in the process to change the name to the Regional Commission. The Commission provides recommendations and develops strategies that guide the work plan for FAO and results in activities, project information exchanges, and other efforts with the aim to improving the capacity of countries to produce agriculture and food security statistics. These recommendations are a very important input in the development of our agenda in the region to improve our capabilities, statistical systems, agricultural statistical system. Here in this slide, I show the topics that we discuss and the results of the meeting. This is a summary of the last 3 meetings. The last one was here. The host was in Chile. We discussed the methodology, the new role of census, and new alternative sources, new strategies to promote cooperation in the region. And the Commission provides general specific recommendations, and this effort is based on the recommendations because they saw the need to strengthen a link between that Commission and CEA. The proposal that we heard this morning is in line with this to create a CEA working group to produce diagnosis on the use of multiple framework for agriculture survey. In 2021, the host was INE Costa Rica, 2019 ONE Dominican Republic, 2021 was a virtual meeting, but we produced two new projects out of that meeting. One in terms of the use of small area statistics, and we heard a comment from Dane for the activity funded by the project. And there is another project to use land observation data, and among other results, every 2 years the host changes, and this is a summary of the 3 last meetings. Next meeting will be 2025. The host will be in Paraguay. Why the Commission requested a link with CEA? The first one is the relevance of the topic in the 2 agendas. Statistics on agriculture and food security are fundamental to reduce rural poverty, monitor the effects of climate change, and develop public policies which reduce food insecurity. The impact of climate change and these topics have stemmed many times on the discussion between FAO and the CEA. This is an opportunity to be more efficient and effectiveness. There are many issues such as the use of alternative data. We discussed a lot about administrative aspects. A recommendation for this year is to work on the administrative records and other things such as small area estimations, among many others. So these are discussed very extensively in the Commission and also in the CEA. This presents an opportunity to produce synergies and collaboration to avoid duplication of efforts. Another topic is validation of heads of NSOs. The review and feedback from the CEA it would strengthen the recommendations of the Commission. At the same time, the heads could be permanently informed about the progress on the implementation of the work plan and detect corrective actions in case it's needed. Then the participation of Agricultural Ministry and in the FAO Commission, because in some countries the Ministry of Agriculture are managing these aspects, and they will establish the link between the Commission and ASO's Ministry of Agriculture with you, who are the head of the National Statistical Offices. This is an opportunity to provide recommendations from this Commission. Also, mobilization of resources. All what we do in the region are based on resources of FAO, technical cooperation, the regular program, but we do a lot. But with little resources, but we're always looking for projects and mobilize resources which can be used to improve the systems in the region. And we thought that this could be an instrument to make resources strategy mobilization viable. We are proposing now that every 2 years, the Agricultural Statistics Commission would deliver a summary of its recommendation to the CEA for its review and comments in case that they have any. So that would be a systematic report from the Commission, and that would be included in the CEA documents, so the head of the statistical offices can include them. And in case that some topic is some urgent, this would be submitted to the executive committee of the CEA. We meet every 2 years, and in this moment, this is synchronized with the CEA because we had a meeting this year, that is during the first quarter of the year, and we shouldn't have any other thing, but we always have the possibility because sometimes we have informal meetings in within the framework of this agricultural commission. And if the case did so, we will have the opportunity to submit it to the executive committee of the CEA. But this is the proposal. We think that both spaces could be supported, the CEA and the Agricultural Statistics Commission would establish a mechanism of communication between these two bodies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Michael. Vamos a pasar a...
Now we are going to have the presentation of Clara de Camino about regional progress of the International Comparison Program, ICP, and then we're going to open the floor for comments about these two topics. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to all of you for being here and to tell you a little bit about the implementation of the International Comparison Program that we have put forward from ECLAC for our region. I would like to mention some words from our Executive Secretary that who said that to have sustainable growth, we need to have information for based decision, evidence-based decisions, not comparable statistics, but also granular information to have more detailed information about processes of transformations which are required in our region. And also the welcome words of our chair, Marco, who said that the International Comparison Program, considered as one of the important projects that we have put forward in the region, where we can have information which is very useful not only to measure the economies and per capita GDP, but also more detailed information, as we are going to see next. The International Comparison Program, at the end of the 60, we have the first exercises with the participation of about 10 countries of the world. And today, we are more than 170 countries. In the last cycle, we have 107 countries and 39 countries of our region, 4 of which are participating with the OECD, and the other ones are participating in ECLAC coordination. All the work done in the region is disseminated via documents such as this one, which is the document which gathers all the work that was done during the implementation of a cycle 2017, but we also have the former cycles, and also the information is published. The statistics results are published on Stat, and we have a special website and the website of ECLAC, where we have all the activities that we have developed in terms of implementation of the program. Some of the results that we can get out of this program, well, here in this slide, we are providing information about the size of the economies with per capita GDP and the price level index, because the parities of procurement power allows us to have information about the size of the economy, making the difference in a common currency, making the difference according to the different price levels of the different economies. This is comparisons of purchasing power. And you can see here in the vertical axis the price index relative to the world versus per capita GDP measured in PPP or PPA, and purchasing power parity. And then we have the region where we have to the bottom right, we have the highest per capita GDP, but also with higher price level compared to the world. And then we have on the left, down left, where we have the countries with the lower per capita GDP, with the lower price levels. And then we may have now view how the countries are distributed throughout the regions, and all these in relation to the 2017 cycle. And then we're going to talk about the current cycle.
So, what is really important here when you measure the GDP per capita, considering exchange rate, you don't reflect price differences between economies. When you measure per capita GDP with the exchange rate, you see economies that will change positions in the region, and then you can see in dark blue the per capita GDP versus per capita GDP with exchange rate is quite different. If you measure the size of the region in PPA, that gives 8%, but if you measure that with an exchange rate, that's because price levels in that region are below the average, the world average. As I said at the beginning, it is important to have more detailed information, and not only at GDP level. Here, we may have information about the main expenditure components measured in PPA or PPP. One is per capita GDP, the other one is per capita consumption, the other one is government consumption per capita, and the last one is the capital formation. What you see here is the countries in Latin America. This is the one for the Caribbean. Although there's a higher per capita GDP, there are certain expenditure components that are below the world base. We built the same type of chart for the Caribbean, where you can see how some expenditure components are much higher than the world average. And at the same time, there are other components of expenditure, especially in the capital formation, that is below the world average. But not only the ICP gives us information about the expenditure, but it also shows price levels. There's average price level in the region below the world average, in which there are economies that are below the regional average, and others that are above it, which are mainly the Caribbean economies. Also, these price levels may be analyzed at the component level. This is gross domestic product, gross capital formation, actual individual consumption, and government expenditure. All governments, in all components, the price level in the region as a whole is below the world average that is set at 100 there. So information can also be broken down into the expenditure components, and we can see price level indices, the economies, and we also broke them down because there were too many countries in the same chart in Latin America and then the Caribbean. As you can see, we have prices, price levels that in some countries of the region are higher than the world average, specifically in some cases having to do with investment. It is also important to promote investment. What are the local prices? Same thing, price levels for the Caribbean by expenditure components. In general, almost all components are above the world average. And actually, this means, well, this relates to what we can do with consumption, investment, and government consumption.
Este programa de comparación nos permite ir a un...
This comparison program may allow us to delve deeper. Here, for example, this is about energy, water, or water energy, food and beverages, and healthcare. Here we can see expenditure in each one of these components, as well as price levels for each one of those components. Here, once again, energy is orange, in gray you see food and beverages, and light blue is healthcare, and the world average is set at 100. So it is very interesting to be able to establish what are those improvement opportunities in access to water and energy, food and beverages and healthcare, but there are other components that may be analyzed, such as education. There is a large variety of information you can acquire, trade and hospitality or tourism in the region. There's an important component of tourism in this region. So everything having to do with price levels that impact that activity can also be analyzed. There are several publications in which you may analyze and you can see how you can use this information in different ways. Basically, you have the measurement of global economies, but you can also have access to the measurement of Sustainable Development Goals. 8 of them are measured in PPPs, and another whole set of indicators that are very important when measuring poverty, inequality, etc. So in this guideline, you'll find indicators to measure economy, the size of the economy, price levels, poverty, trade and competitiveness, labor costs, nutrition, healthcare, education, energy, infrastructure. Well, a series of uses that are very important when setting up policies. These are the World Development Indicators. They also base their measurements on purchasing power parity, and international organizations such as the IMF, OECD, they also publish this. They're regional aggregates in PPP. Poverty lines recently updated in September 2022, in which they are estimated with the data collected in the round that took place in 2017. In the current cycle of implementing the International Comparison Program, for the region, we have 33 countries working with us, as I said already. 4 countries work in coordination with OECD. So these countries, and well, many of you, we are your little nightmare because we're always chasing you to try to get the information from you. Many times we come back with some questions and some requests, but in order to get good results in the implementation of the program, it is key to have the cleanest information possible in order to actually achieve the outcomes that are expected. And as part of this cycle, at ECLAC, we have been working with the countries in the region, either by preparing the cycles implementation, by holding technical meetings for the different surveys on topics like national accounts. That's an important requirement from national accounts. Remember that in order to build the purchasing power parities, you need prices, but you also need the weights that come from national accounts. So we have worked in the preparation of this implementation, and
Mandan, nosotros hacemos
with the data you send us, we are able to do this in-house validation. We do a validation between countries and within countries, and we get back to you to ask some questions. And we've held several technical meetings to be able to go over these results with you. And quite recently, in April, last April, we also held a meeting, a webinar on alternative sources for data collection and how to integrate all statistical operations that deal with building consumer prices using or considering the requirements
en el programa de comparación.
with the requirements from the International Comparison Program in terms of prices. And now, right now, we are validating the information, and we are going to hold meetings by the end of the year to share the results with you. Well, currently, we're validating the information, both in terms of household consumption expenditure, these special surveys, and MORES, that's the name in English, which has to do with the national accounts component. We have also organized technical meetings in order to validate this information. We have held several working sessions, as I mentioned in the previous slide. Technical assistance has been given both in national accounts. We not only have we had specialized consultants from the region, but also our own ECLAC in-house team that has visited several countries or have attended sessions with other countries, trying to support them in all those areas where there can be improvement opportunities. We've also held horizontal cooperation activities, and we expect now to be able to start computing regional PPPs now that we have the cleaner information available. All of this, of course, in the context of certain challenges. We've always mentioned this. There are some financial constraints in our institutions and also HR constraints because the workload is significant for many. So, of course, we understand everybody's circumstances in this case because, of course, we know that this is an important workload in terms of requirements, and we will therefore like to thank your commitment and your engagement. But this has also been a round or a cycle with an additional glitch, which is everything having to do with the COVID-19 pandemic impact, everything that meant for statistical work. But prices, goods prices were disturbed. Some businesses were shut down. So all of this has meant an even larger challenge and other types of challenges as well that are not in our region, fortunately, such as the war between Ukraine and Russia. This has been a quite complex cycle. Also, many countries have implemented their census rounds, and we all know that, well, resources are always short, and they've been competing in statistical activities between census work and the implementation of the program. Our region is a region that is also subject to natural disasters, and that also impacts the due course of the work. And this has also meant some delays in data submission, and because of the mere changes in the teams, because they do have an impact on the handover of certain responsibilities within the teams. So, of course, we would like to ask you to keep the commitment and the support so that whenever there are changes in your teams, that should be reported so that we can establish contact with the new people in charge. And there are always methodological topics, because this same issue of turnover in the teams means that the new officers, of course, need some onboarding and some training. And there are other issues, more structural in nature, because there are certain measurements, for example, in the area of national accounts, that do consider the expenditure component that are not necessarily present or available in some countries. At ECLAC, this is work that entails significant analytical efforts, but it also provides us with continuous communication with national focal points. Many times, you are the directors, and maybe you don't know this, but these are people who are very committed to the work they need to do. This very painstaking work of collecting the information, of addressing questions, and it is key for you to be up to date about the commitment your teams have and to support your teams in that task. This also means that we can be closer and having the chance of giving recommendations in order to improve data collection and data coverage. This means better capabilities in the institutions, and several activities for capacity building have been conducted. We've also tried to promote the use of alternative data sources, and also more modern processing tools, web scraping, scanner data, and other types. So these are new methodologies for collecting information that we also promote from the program implementation. Sharing best practices in the implementation of the program among countries and regions. Of course, remember, this is not only Latin America and the Caribbean, but it also covers all regions in the world, and that meant that we've been able to be close to more advanced regions, others that are like us, and others that may have larger challenges compared to us. But at the end of the day, this means that we can share ways of solving and addressing the different issues. And here, following the guidelines of the Global Office and recommendations, also ECLAC has always received the support of the Global Office in this implementation. And I believe that is the end of my presentation. Thank you, Orlando and Marco.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Let's open the floor for feedback for both FEO's presentation and the comparison program this just now, Brazil. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate FAO in a very clear manner. They gave us a justification for this approach regarding this livestock and agricultural. So this approach is to strengthen our work and the efforts that we have conducted in improving statistics in a more general manner. So Brazil's position is that we support FAO's proposal and we expect other countries to do it. Thank you. Thank you, Brazil. If not, we'll go to the international context. Okay, let's. I'm looking at UN Women. I am representing ECLAC. To supplement what Claudia is saying regarding the international comparison programs contribution, ICP, one of the uses, tangible uses of purchasing power parities is the share that countries have in the International Monetary Fund. This share, 50% of that equation, is how GDP is calculated, and 50% of that is broken down. 60% of GDP that is calculated based on the exchange rate, and the other 40% is used. We use PPPs in order to estimate the GDP. So it's a fundamental indicator. And starting from this agenda we have of not leaving anyone behind, heterogeneity is huge of countries that may have sound statistics in terms of timeliness, quality, and coverage. So there's another set of countries that do require more support or collaboration from ECLAC. So starting from that, my question is for you to think about what do you need, what do you require from us so that the international comparison program to remain stable in each one of your economies, so that it is a steady effort in time. Thank you very much. That's all.
Adicional a lo que decía que efectivamente es así.
Thank you. I'd like to make an additional comment. For example, for the IMF right now is discussing the quota distribution and the indicators. So when I was saying during the inauguration ceremony, the importance of noting these issues and understanding their relevance for things that go beyond our attribution, our scope of action, it's important to understand these things. So it's important to give it continuity with contributions from the region, and any methodological change, any change done to the program matters because it has a strong impact. Thank you. Thank you, Michael, for your presentation. Thank you, Val, for leading the working group. It's excellent that you're actually addressing the need to strengthen food and agriculture statistics in the region. I believe that our agencies, FAO, PMA, and together with FIDA, as sister organizations in food, have this challenge. It is important to support the government in this sense and to promote the help. A few figures that are essential to understand how food safety changes in the short, medium, and long term in order to allow governments to follow the evolution of the needs of each country and to respond to them. So FAO has our full support. Thank you very much. I can't see in the back if there's any other signs up. No more signs up. So we will have a very pleasant moment. Now, I assume Chile is walking in with a cake. Chile is taking 180 years.
180 años.
180 years. It's a lot. So we're very happy, very pleased, and allow me to speak on behalf of all of us. Congratulations, Chile. It's a huge achievement and wonderful example of how institutions and statistics affect our countries. We have a video, I believe. Let's watch it.
Hace 180 años, en 1843, el presidente Manuel Núñez creó la primera Oficina Nacional de Estadística de Chile, que en ese entonces contaba solo con 4 funcionarios. La institución se modernizó varias veces a lo largo de su historia y en 1970 tomó su nombre actual, Instituto Nacional de Estadísticas, convirtiéndose así en una de las instituciones más antiguas de la República, en la que hoy trabajan.
One of the oldest institutions in Chile. Today, we have 2,000 workers. Throughout the years, INE has developed landmarks that have made history. The second population census was in 1843. The statistical synopsis in 1876, the first food and agriculture census 1930, and the CPI that measures inflation exists since 1928. The measurement of employment and unemployment since 1966. The INE has continued its independent technical work for years, generating over 70 statistical products that are timely and accurate, which allow decision-making both in the public and private realms. Apart from this, INE has also led instances that strengthen innovation and good practices together with international organizations and national statistics offices around the world. Today, in the middle of the 21st century, the INE is renewing its promise to the country, embarking on the process of a new household survey. Chile's National Statistics Institute has been producing official statistics of the country for 180 years.
Chile, por favor.
Chile, you have the floor. Well, I'd like to thank the chair and ECLAC, Rolando, Marco, for allowing us to share this video. As Ine showed, we are celebrating 180 years of existence at the service of the country by means of statistics. Throughout our history, we have adapted to different moments in history. And at the beginning, we can imagine that the statistics produced were based on administrative records. We can think of taxes, customs, civil registry. But later, in the 20th century, we began to use the surveys more intensively with the more sophisticated tools that we've seen throughout this conference, which is what we know today. Today, we find ourselves in a paradox, thinking of how to further promote statistics at an administrative level. So it's almost a 360-degree shift in 180 years. And we will discuss the new household surveys and how these will be held. That's what we've been discussing a couple of days ago. The challenge of the INE or the statistics offices in the region are facing new challenges. The 21st century challenges are different from the past century. We need to continue to train our work teams, adapt our organizational structures to give way to other aspects that need to be defined. For example, how to install data governance within our organization, cybersecurity, the inclusion of artificial intelligence, just to name a few. And of course, to produce statistics that go hand in hand with the times that we are living. I would like to make a call to directors in the region to continue working on strategic partnerships to exchange experiences that can offer value to what we do. For example, the network for knowledge sharing that we transfer that we were talking about yesterday and today will allow us to share information between our sister organizations. I would like to thank the hosts here at ECLAC that made this meeting possible. Always thankful for your generosity, as well as to all the other participants. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Creo que
Thank you. I believe that the administrative records group could be called Vintage Statistics. It's vintage. Anyhow, Chile, congratulations on behalf of the conference of the SCA. I believe we can move on to one of the last few items, which would be the considerations and approvals of our resolutions, and the countries will present considerations for the approval of the resolution of the 12th Regional Statistics Conference of the Americas, of Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to offer the floor to our secretary.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, the first day we circulated the resolution project 13 / Roman numeral 12. We offered everyone 24 hours to receive comments and also some information on the use of statistics with different projects. Uruguay made an explanation. And we would like to suggest, with the chairman's authorization, to authorize the use of data by the private sector for statistical purposes.
Aprobado, presidente.
If there's no further comments, we would approve this.
En segundo lugar, entonces.
In the second place, I'd like to approve call a motion to approve project 12. The chair received this at the last minute, but there is no inconvenience. They received an addition, a supplement to, I believe it's paragraph 38. If you could go to paragraph 38, there is a contribution from a delegation that the chair will read. Yes, there's a request to include a paragraph by Uruguay, and it would be drafted as follows. You congratulate the inclusion of the new practice community of the transmission and knowledge group to continue working with lessons learned, and here's the addition of the census round 2020, and then the paragraph continues as was previously drafted. That is what the delegation from Uruguay suggested. So I would like to ask whether we can approve it with this addition by Uruguay. Very well, approved. So the new text will circulate as soon as possible with the inclusion by Uruguay. It will be included and translated into English, and you will all receive it in your emails inboxes. We will continue with the election of the Executive Committee of the Statistics Conference of the Americas for the 2024 to 2025 period. Very well. We must note the resolution that we just approved, which in paragraph 41 states that it proposes to increase to a number of 48 the countries members of the Statistics Conference of the Americas, and not including the country that was the chair in the previous biennium. So the country selected is Argentina.
Qué sorpresa, no lo esperaba.
Muy bien. La composición del comité.
The composition of the executive committee would be as follows. For the 24-25 chair would be Dominican Republic.
Que no es la primera vez que ejerce la.
We have had some meetings that have been very interesting. And for South America, Peru, and Uruguay, in North Central and North America, Central America, and the Caribbean, Hispanic speaking countries, it would be Dominican Republic. They are the chair. So we include Mexico, and the English speaking Caribbean, Bahamas, and
Y el cupo del país que fuera de América.
And for Latin America and the Caribbean, Spain.
De este modo, entonces, tenemos el comité ejecutivo electo para el periodo 24-25.
These are the elected countries for 2024 to 2025. The current chair would like to take the floor. Yes, thank you very much. We are very thankful to the member countries of the executive for the trust deposited in the national situation. The Social Council created this conference in order to contribute to the progress of policies and statistics of Latin America and the Caribbean, promoting international cooperation, regional and bilateral cooperation of the National Statistics Institutes, regional and international. We would like to present some advances that are very important with concrete and tangible results in the complex context that we live in with the high speed of technologies. As we have reflected these days, we see that it is necessary as a community to transform into one that is better coordinated in order to foster the development of our region through data and statistics, official statistics that we provide. Today, we've begun a new working plan for the next biennium, and we will face social and economic challenges of huge impact in the region, with other difficulties such as the unexpected effects of climate change. The national statistics offices are tasked with providing the materials for designing and following up on public policies which will cause an acceleration of changes in our peoples. There is no doubt that this is the intention that we have worked with, but moving forward at the speed that the current context requires, we need to change the paradigm in terms of how offices have been working and connect the official statistics with the results they can generate. This will be a biennium where we must offer continuity to the commitment of support in building in our region the importance of having data with human face, with a focus, an accent on rights that is innovative, respecting the environment, and continuing to foster collaboration between our countries. It is important to build the history that we would like to read about of our peoples, of our boys and girls being healthy and with a wonderful education, and men and women integrated into the social, political, environmental world in some care society that is transformative of the people of our region. And we must coordinate as a team to better communicate in a more coordinated fashion what we are discussing in this conference to generate national policies with greater potential in our region. We know that we have the support of all member countries, the Statistics Division, the Technical Secretariat of the same, and the commitment of all international organizations, regional and member countries. We can move forward with these purposes only if we do it as a team. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To conclude, I'd like to offer the floor to Rolando Campos, Director of the Statistics Division here at ECLAC. Thank you to everyone, to all of you. There are some colleagues that participated here at ECLAC with CELADE, with the Gender Affairs Division. We have all been here together with the colleagues of the Statistics Division, the support that we've had from the conference team, our interpreters that have supported us, the colleagues from STIC, the Public Information Unit, the Secretariat of the Commission, and all of our colleagues from the Statistics Division. I would like to thank all of you on their behalf for having accompanied us these 3 days. These have been intense working days. We've begun early and ended late with a lot of information, a lot of work, huge participation by all. We have great representation, and I mentioned a little earlier that the colleagues from the Caribbean that have been here, thank you very much to CARICOM, to the CARICOM statistics area, to Halim, who's been with us, all colleagues from the UN agencies and programs, our friends from the banks that came to offer us resources to continue participating with us. And they want us to continue inviting them to make resources flow from CAF. A round of applause for them.
In order, the CAF, the Inter-American Development Bank, of course, the World Bank, the one that has most resources, and of course they will contribute many resources to us. But the idea is that we have been able to establish quite a very interesting group. We have relived many of the things that in the past were present via the network for the transfer of knowledge. We have created a new executive committee. We have 13 working groups with which we are participating and working, and it's truly an honor for all of us for you to be with us sharing these 3 days work. So without further ado, I would like to thank everyone on behalf of our Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar Citinach, for accompanying us and for being with us here during this 3-day event. We are very enthusiastic, and we will meet again on several occasions via internet and face-to-face in New York, in the Statistics Commission, in many of the future executive committees. We have a lot to work, a lot to contribute to our region in order to benefit all of you. We are a very closed community, a very active community that works in close cooperation, and we are very proud to be here, to be the technical secretariat of this great commission of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. So thank you very much. And without further ado then, well, let's see, the chair will have to declare the session closed. Ex-chair in this case. Well, First of all, I would like to acknowledge the whole ECLAC team, the technical team. I would like to give them a warm hand for the work that they have done. These 2 years as chair were fabulous. Anything that happens now, well, the responsibility lies in the hands of your sorties. I would sincerely like to thank you for the possibility that you have given me of representing you for the past 2 years. It has been truly an honor, and I hope I have contributed a grain of sand in terms of how we continue to contribute to this statistics community in the region, which is what we need, I think. We need to build a sphere of discussion that enables us, as I said at the beginning, to crystallize the perspective of Latin America and the Caribbean in the world, to be able to promote our own agenda. There are many issues that we have. We have a voice, and we have to make that voice heard. And we have to participate. There are working groups, and I'm not going to repeat this because we have reviewed them in these last few days, which are very interesting and that reveal the challenges that lie ahead for us as statistics offices. So in my own name and on behalf of INDEC of Argentina, I commit our full collaboration. We're willing to help you in whatever you want. We are there. You can phone us or send us a message. From the bottom of my heart, thank you very much for this honor.
Esta reunión tiene la particularidad.
This meeting is very punctual. We still have 15 minutes left. So we would like to invite executive committee members to take a picture here, the next executive committee 24-25, and thus we bring this conference to an end. Thank you very much.